Good evening. Welcome to another edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show, Red Pill Edition. My name is Leon Jones, and in this segment, I'm going to go over some information that I talked about last week. Now, if you weren't here last week, I talked about men's dating standards. Now, what I comprised or compiled was a list of rules that I believe men need to follow if they're going to date. Now, shout out to brother Ringo TV Raw. He's been doing some good videos on not dating in the 21st century. And it is very important that you get over there to his channel as well. Shout out to brother Trey, the NBD. Uh, Trey's videos hit right on home. And good evening, Selena. Welcome to the show. Sit back, enjoy it, because it's going to be another good show. Now, shout out to brother Big Nate. Shout out to Hood Conservative. And they're going to be a host of individuals coming into the chat. And I want you all to like the videos. Okay. I'm not one that is going to beg for money, but please, what I would like for you to do is support the channel. Now, I don't have all the bells and whistles up here. I'm just giving you pure, unedited content because it is very, very important. And I am not one who's going to sit up here on YouTube and talk about women all day. I mean, there are enough guys in the space that are doing that. What I'm going to explore is behavior. And it's very important that you understand behavior because
doing that.
and
What I'm going to explore
and everything behavior is important because behavior basically dictates your actions. Now, some people have actions that are very contradictory. Now, the rules that I wrote up were compiled 8 years ago, some 6 years ago, and I even added some more. Now, as far as women are concerned, women can just take the rules and reverse them. Now, tonight I want individuals to participate on the panel. I'm going to be sending out the link, of course, to a couple of my individuals because it's very, very important that you listen to what individuals have to say because here on the 411 Talk Zone radio show, I am here to provide information. And in this space, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of beefing going on. Now, one thing that I don't do here on my channel, I don't get into the beefing because at the end of the day, this channel is for education. This is grown folks radio, so you're going to agree with the content, you're going to disagree with the content, but what I'm going to do is make sure that you get something out of it because regardless of views, it's always about learning. Um, Again, getting into the culture, and that is very true as we take to the streets with some of these comments. The culture of thinking you're entitled to immediate gratification has destroyed dating. Now, that is very prominent, and it's prominent in both directions. Now, again, I don't want to take this moment to put everything on a number of women, but when it comes to the modern day woman, regardless of what race, she is entitled. And of course, you have some guys that are entitled too. And what has happened with the attitude of entitlement? When you actually look at that, you have individuals that basically don't put anything into relationships at all. Um, I say that because it is very, very true. Just hold back a moment while I try to kick out this link to certain individuals, and I'll be opening it up very soon. So just bear with me because I want everybody. I want everybody to. Um, I want everybody to get their piece said. Okay, I've just sent the link out to one of the brothers, my brother Guy King, and I'm going to send it out to another one of my brothers, brother Matt Coley. He was on last week, and again, I'm just going to basically talk about what I hit on last week, and that is, for the most part, the rules. Now, again, I am not going to go one way with these rules, but because it's a man's space, it's going to focus a lot on the standards of men, particularly black men, because in my humble opinion, a number of black men really don't have standards at all. They will have sex with just about anything. Now, to me, that's not something that you want to do. It's not something you want to do because it really doesn't pay. Now, again, I'm sending a stream out to some individuals to see if they got it, and hopefully they come up here on the panel. Again, another comment. If you're a man and you're a woman, you should be compatible. I agree with that. One thing I see, particularly in the African American community, is when it comes to the ABW and the ABM, they don't come off as individuals who are, in my humble opinion, looking for any type of compatibility. They're battling for power. In other words, they're trying to compete with one another. And when that happens, you get nothing done. Because in the long run, you have both individuals trying to be leaders. Now, I did a video about 4 years ago that there is a struggle between the black man and the black woman for power. I called it a tug of war. That video is still up, and it is true. Now, the comment from Celine, sexually compatible, God prescribed sex for marriage, and you will have years to practice with your spouse. Biblically, that's true. But you have a number of individuals that really don't have any idea of what the Bible is. They look at the book, they tell you they practice everything in the Bible, but at the end of the day, the Bible to them is something that they will use as a scapegoat. And I say that very honestly because you have a number of women who, particularly in the African American community, who think of themselves as Christians. However, when that church is over, they go back into doing the so called practicing their religion of feminism, which is embarked in Marxism and supremacy. And where did all of that come from? Well, black feminists got their calling from white feminists. And let me give a shout out. Shout out to brother David Oler King too. The battle stuff ruins everything. Correct. Shout out to brother Deshaun. Salute, brother. And the chat finally able to catch you live. I'm at work, in and out at times. Well, brother Deshaun, for your convenience, I'm looking to move all of the chats to Fridays since I don't have to get up and go to work the next day. But what I want everybody to do is get the likes up. I'm not going to be too long in my commentary here because, for the most part, I want individuals to actually get on the panel so I can participate. They can participate because, in the long run, I want to have a good conversation based on ideas. Look, I don't care whether you agree with it or don't agree with it. In the long run, when it comes to men, we have a hard time when it comes to dating. Now, again, if you heard Brother Ringo, he's actually posted content up there telling men not to date. Now, I agree with that, and I'm not giving him any pushback on that idea. But what he says is very good in theory, but men are going to date. Let's just be honest. Men are going to spend money. Men are going to have sex with women. So when it comes to delivering content, I'm just going to deliver the truth because regardless of where we are when it comes to women as men, we still like women. And here on this channel, I want to deliver that as well. I don't hate women. I'm not a woman basher. But what I will call out is the buffoonery from women. I call it out from the men as well because I see in the long run that the relationships between men and women, they're becoming even more and more disrespectful with each other. David Oler King says stingy means association trying to end the money spending part. Well, that's also true as well. Now, let me before I get into the rules, let me touch up on one aspect of dating that I do see that is very, very wrong when it comes to individuals. And I say this because if you want a healthy relationship, now everybody has their own way of dealing with individuals. So I'm not going to tell you that my way is the best way. All I'm going to do is just give you my own insight on what I believe is a tool to help you. And the best tool is advice. Take it from somebody who's had experience. Now, like I said, I'm not some Johnny come lately, but in the long run, when it comes to dating, we are all going to date because we all like women. And coming up to the panel, my main man, welcome, brother Guy King. Can you hear me? You got to unmute.
Hey, brother, I'm muted on purpose.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you came up. Wait for Matt to come up. We're gonna get into these rules in a moment. Um, but while
I
you're waiting,
apologize. I'm in the streets, Leon. I wanted to check in with you when
oh,
I got the invite, but I'm in the street and it's loud. But I'm gonna
that's
put
all
myself
right.
on mute and I'm gonna get to a quiet spot and get on here with you.
Get on here with me because I'm gonna need your insight because my audience is waiting for you, my brother. So, but got my got my brother Guy King, GK Sigma up there. Now he still has a channel up there, and if you hit the search button on YouTube, find GK Sigma and subscribe to his channel. Very,
It's
very,
Sigma American Arcana is the name now.
he just told you Sigma Americana. Look for that. I'll find it now. I'll put it in the chat for you.
I'll type something in your chat room and they'll see my channel.
All right, brother. All right. And you're already wrenched up too. You're already wrenched up. So it's a good thing. Going to say this, and I'm getting this from a woman's perspective. A lot of women don't care when you do, I guess, when you do want to be pure. Okay, when you want to be a pure, when you want to be pure, and I want a number of women out there. If you hadn't been touched, do not let these other women put you down because you want to wait for marriage. A number of these other individuals who are putting you down, what's going to happen is they're going to end up very bitter women. By the time they hit 30 or even 25, they're going to be used and abused, and some of them are already going to have children. So they're going to basically place themselves out of the dating market anyway. And at the end of the day, they're going to be somebody's human toilet. And I say that because these are the women who are jealous of women who decided to make the right decisions in their lives. And same thing goes for men too. Don't put your penis out there if you don't protect yourself. Now, I know most of you men out there are not going to practice abstinence. I got it. Especially if you're young, you got raging hormones. But be that as it may, understand that when you put yourself out there and you don't use discretion, you could end up with a child you don't want from a woman you don't want. And that's the problem. And a lot of these babies have been born from individuals having irresponsible sex. And I say that because as men, we're the ones who have to be responsible. That's just the way it is. I did not make the rules. Uh, let's get the likes up. Let's support the channel. I'm bringing good content here. Unlike, however you feel, get engaged. I'm gonna be opening it up pretty soon, so we can get these rules out of the way. But let me continue. Oh, before I go on, I'm just going to throw a little bit of political news out here. Just saw the Virginia governor's race yesterday. Youngkin, he's now the new governor elect for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Winsome Sears, a veteran, a Marine veteran, African American. She's been elected to the spot of lieutenant governor. And then the AG I believe it's a Cuban. So what I see in the political realm is the Republicans in the state of Virginia took a book out of the Democrats' book, out of the playbook. And the left is going crazy because the left believes that they are the only ones who have privy to all minorities and women. Unfortunately, for the left, it didn't work. Now it's very tight between Cuccinelli and Murphy in the state of New Jersey. In fact, Murphy, who was the incumbent, is only leading from the last time I saw by just point, I'm going to say 0.21 of a percentage point. So that race is very, very close. The state of New Jersey is heavily blue because you have areas in New Jersey like New Brunswick. I know I went to school in New Jersey. You have Newark, Patterson, Orange, Elizabeth, Camden. Trenton is the capital. You also have Atlantic City. Now, the southern part of New Jersey, for the most part, you're going to have a lot more conservatives. When you get to the northern part, because it's near New York City. Now, again, when it comes to politics, I always say this: you have to see what an individual is going to do before you can actually trust in them. Now, for me, I don't trust any politicians, but right now, I just want some of this so-called socialism to stop. I want the gas prices to slow down a little bit. Regardless of where you are, we're all paying $3.40 or more. And I just want to say, if you're going to listen to the news, listen to both sides and make your own decisions. Do your homework. And that's why I want to go into education. I see the reason why the Democrat Terry McAuliffe, who was the governor for 4 years already in Virginia. I used to live in Virginia, so the governors in Virginia only get one term. They can run 2 terms, but they can't run 2 consecutive terms. So if McAuliffe would have won, it would have been his last term. Now, why am I saying all this information or talking about the government? Well, too many of us also believe in government, and government can put some clamps on dating. When the government is issuing one gender all of the benefits, and it has happened to a number of women because they take most of the welfare benefits because they believe in a welfare state. Well, this is where you come up with the I don't need a man type of segment. But in the long run, the people who are doing the most work are the men because we're putting more time and more effort to produce something. You see, when you believe in government, government is not a producer. All government does, for the most part, is basically confiscate. So we want to put clamps on having a government because they had a proposal of basically taking a look or looking at your account for transactions $600 or more. Well, hopefully that doesn't go through because when it comes to privacy, we're losing our rights. I don't want to lose my rights for this bullshit called mandates because that's what it is. It's total bullshit. And you have a number of people who are out here looking like goons. They're wearing masks and they're wearing masks while they are driving. But in the long run, that doesn't work coming up to the panel. What's going on, big body?
Yo, what's going on, brother Leon? How you doing, man?
All right, welcome to the show. I was just getting some politics in there. Guy King was up, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about the government because you're from Jersey. You see what's happening in Jersey. You see the governor's race. You're a trucker. You deliver goods all up and down. I'm just going to say the middle Atlantic states. What's happening in Jersey? How are people feeling out there in Jersey? Did you go out there and vote, or you still a resident in Pennsylvania?
Well, yeah, I'm between the best of both worlds, between Pennsylvania and New Jersey. But I lay my head in both states. But from what I see, it's just fucked up, man. You know, between property taxes, the cost of fuel, the cost of food, just to wake up is expensive in the morning, man. Just living life right now is expensive, man.
Well, how's the tax situation going on? Because for the most part, Jersey is one of the highest tax states in the country, next to California and New York.
I tell you like this, I don't recommend for anybody who wants to own a property for your first time home buyer or whatever, don't do it in New Jersey, man. You gotta rob Peter to pay Paul. Sometimes you gotta break an arm and feed a leg just to make shit happen when it comes to the state of New Jersey, man. They're money hungry. It's a money state, you know.
Oh, yeah. Salute to brother Trader NBD. Hey, look, I sent you a $20 cash app. You did a great stream this morning, and yeah, we will welcome you to the panel because got my boy Matt Coley, and we're talking some serious stuff up here too. Um, but yeah, brother Matt. But the thing about it is too. Um, you're a truck driver, and you're up there doing what you're supposed to, and you got individuals out here who don't really care about you and me as citizens, and in the long run, I'm saying this because with this government out there, it you know how women are. They want these government benefits. They say they don't need us. What is your take on that? Bring it hard and raw here. You know me.
Well,
Bring it hard and raw.
my take on that, man, honestly, is, man, if you want to run to the government nipple and suck on it, then I'm a firm believer in if you want to run to the government, stay with the government. Don't try to get up under a man when it's crunch time and want to be bothered with us when it's crunch time. You know, is you either go this way or that way. You know, it's sad to say, man. These modern day women are so fuck it, man. These women, period. They're so fucking delusional. They don't know whether they coming or they going. They really don't know what they want, man. They don't, man. And it's also sad that our government brainwashes and feeds them this bullshit like everything's gonna be all right. Trust in us, trust in your government. And at the end of the day, all they're doing is turning our women against us, man. The government's turning our women against us black men, man. That's against us men, period, man. What about when fathers used to be in the home? The government came and took fathers out the home when they started implementing these little fucking programs like welfare and WIC and subsidized housing and Section 8 and all that shit, They made these fucking women feel like, well, we don't need a man. And it's sad, man. Because when it's all said and done, somehow, some way, they come running back to us. But when they can't get their way with us, they run to their government daddy and suck on their government nipple.
Now, don't you believe that a number of them, particularly in our community, you hear this word called divesting, which means they want to leave the so-called community that they actually produced and raised these boys, but now they know that these boys are acting like Frankensteins and they're delusional and they're living at home. Now they want to basically leave the boys they raised for another race of individuals. What do you say about that? Me, I'd say, hey, let them go and do it. See if it's going to be comfortable over there, because I guarantee it's not.
You talking about as far as migrating out to like the suburbs and trying to live a so-called better life with ghetto mentality?
That too, brother, but they want to actually stop dating black men, and they want to go to the other race of men,
Oh,
non-black men.
oh,
You remember they here. You remember the old word swirling. You've been up on YouTube long enough.
yeah.
You know how it is.
Man, hey, the grass ain't always greener on the other side. And sometimes you got to step in shit to find out that it really stinks. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
like you say, go ahead, go for what you know. If that's the direction you want to go, cool, go that direction. But when that other side starts to downplay and degrade you for less than what you already are, don't come running back to black. Nah, keep your ass right on over there. Stay where you feel is comfortable. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a firm believer in sometimes other races are a better fit for other people. But when it comes down to our own race, I mean, I'm always going to go black first as a primary.
Absolutely.
But sometimes you got to try shit out to see how it works out for you before you migrate. And not everything's always going to be, peaches and cream. But that don't mean you give up.
There you go. Well, again, I got my brother Matt Cole. He's one of my best brothers. Met him. Again, shout out to brother Trey to NBD. You did a fantastic panel. And Trey, I look forward to having you on a panel. Check your Cash App out. Shout out to brother Osama Ebu. I look forward to having you on a panel. And I got a new gentleman by the name of Computer Robots. He's a new subscriber. Hey, welcome to the channel. Make yourself comfortable. Now, brother Matt, my boy David Older King II, he says white girls are bossy too. They just wait a little before they bust out the thumb screws. Now, I believe a number of them are bossy. Yes, they are modern American women, and I'm sure you have the same belief as well.
Yeah. And no. I mean, it depends on the caliber of white women and the type we're talking about, I mean, if we're talking about like Becky with the good hair, the prissy bitch, Beverly Hills type, ah, you might stand a chance. But if we're talking about the white chick that grew up around a bunch of niggas, who grew up around the nigga community, you know what I mean, and got a little spunk in her, you might get the same results if you're dealing with a modern day black woman. You know what, Lee? I'm not even going to fucking put no cut on it, man.
Go ahead. Say it.
You're gonna get you probably more likely if you're dealing with a Becky from the hood that's been around some niggas, drank a couple 40s, smoked a few blunts, been to a few basement parties. You're just gonna get this. You're more likely you're gonna get the same result as if you're fucking with a black chick. Fuck a modern, dude. Fuck a black chick. God damn it. I hate to say it like that, man, but it's like when I turn around and I look in both directions, when it comes down to these women, they're so fucking masculine, and the majority of them are the black women, man. These like a lot of them fucking smoke and drink like they're fucking mechanics. They move like they're fucking men. They fucking don't even know how to be women no more, man. It's fucking sad, man.
Now I remember Matt. When I came out there, it was me, you, and you had a guy out there. I can't. It was a guy. You said he's divorced, but right now, and I think we went over his house. You, me, and him had a shot of vodka that one night. Remember that?
Yeah.
You remember that? Then after that, you and I went over there to right over to the liquor store, and we had bought some coolers and everything. Well, that guy. He got divorced, and I believe you told me his woman cheated on him or something.
Man, let me tell you about that funky bitch, man.
Sure.
You know what? And it's sad because she's a black woman. And this ain't just all black women, because this is just women in general, man.
Right.
You know, sometimes, and you know, I actually talked to her afterhand and found out what her reasons for her actions were, and it just still typical makes no fucking sense to nobody but her. But you be with a man for 20 years, you're married to. You're married for 15. You've been with him for 5, you're married for 15. There's your 20. You got 2 kids. He put you through nursing school. Now you're an LPN. He puts you in a house. He gets you vehicles so you can get back and forth throughout the years. He buys you the finest shit. He works, gets paid bi-weekly, gives you 3/4 of his check so you can do what you need to do, cover the bills or whatever, but he still gets up and goes to work, does everything he has to do as a loyal husband and man. Now, why do you take it upon yourself to go fuck your high school friend and have 2 kids back to back on this man? And then tell this man, well, I wasn't happy with you and you don't give me good sex the way I want to get sexed. Well, damn, bitch. You had 15, 20 fucking years to tell him that. Why you wait this long and reap all the fucking benefits of them to go ahead and crap out on the crap table? Because now she lost out. Now you get nothing, you dumb bitch. And here's the sick part about it. The nigga that she cheated on him with and had kids with behind his back is ready to fucking marry this bitch next couple months from now. I think it was February. I'm
Just
like,
past
damn, what the fuck?
February.
Yeah. I'm like, yo, what part of nigga she cheated on her ex-husband to fuck with you? Don't you get, nigga? Well, where do you see the loyalty at that you want to get on a knee and propose and marry this bitch? Why? Because she brought 2 fucking illegitimate kids into this world for you? Man, fuck that bitch, man.
Oh,
Fuck that.
God, yeah. Well, that seems to be a common pattern, and you'll hear it on YouTube. A number of them today. That's all across the board. They'd rather be mothers before they're somebody's wife. And at the end of the day, they believe more in the government, the education system, the media, the religion. And when it comes to religion, I remember, Matt, you and I talked about religion a long time ago. And, a number of these individuals, they go to church, and at the end of the church, trust me, I remember us driving through Canham, up White Horse Pike and everything. With every church, guess what you see? You see a liquor store in every corner too. And I don't know about in Jersey, but here in Indiana, the funny thing, when I first moved out here, because it didn't happen in the East Coast, do you know out here in Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, bro, they sell liquor. Okay, now in Pennsylvania, they didn't sell liquor. It was, and in Virginia, if you've been down there, they didn't sell liquor. It was all state-owned liquor. But here, brother, you go to Walmart, and they even eliminated the blue laws here. You can get liquor from 12 to 8 here in Indiana. Now, I don't know if you can do that in Jersey or Pennsylvania. I know Pennsylvania still has the blue laws, but here it's a heck of a lot different. And you have private liquor stores here. Now,
Yeah, you can get your liquor till about 10 o'clock out here in New Jersey.
on Sunday?
Yeah.
Wow. And I think there are a number of individuals out there who are some alcoholics out there too. I mean, you drive a truck, and I'm sure you've seen it yourself. And alcohol and bad behavior just don't mix. You know that.
Right.
But you have a number of individuals, and of course the drugs don't mix either. You have a lot of substance abuse going on out here as well. Anybody that wants to come up on the panel, I'm going to drop the link. Got my brother Matt Coley, brother GK will be dropping in later on. The link is in the chat. Come on up. Now I can only have 6 people in the chat. Correction, 6 people on the panel at one time. But I'd like to hear your perspective on what me and Brother Matt had talked about. And Brother Matt, I'm gonna be getting into those rules in about hold your horse, because we're gonna go from I had to add some more, brother, and I may be adding some more after that. But it's gonna be some that you believe in and I believe in. Now, while we're talking, what do you think about religion and and individuals? I mean, do you go to church first of all?
Man, I walked away from the church, man. I walked away from the church, man. I ain't gonna hold you, man. I seen a lot of false prophets, and I seen a lot of false prophets. I seen a lot of shit that just made me look different. I've even, different things about that are in the Bible and different things that are preached by the preacher. Just made me question what really is a church, man. And then when it comes to religion, what is really religion, man? So I walked away from it, man, and I just stuck to my belief, which is I do believe there's a higher power greater than all of us that created us and started us from somewhere once upon a time. And I do believe that, there's an afterlife after this. But all the other shit, man, look, I don't let it get all far fetched in my brain and beat me the fuck up.
Now, Brother
Whoever,
Matt, this comment that Celine has posted, do you think too many women are running the church? Now, I do see a number of female pastors out here. Now, you know what the Bible says, if I'm not mistaken. Um, does the Bible allow for female pastors? If somebody has a scripture on that, drop it in the chat so I can post it up here. And got a brother up here. He's not far from you, Matt. In fact, he's in a place I know where it is as well. Doylestown, Pennsylvania. He says the churches there are almost all GAY. GAY.
yes.
What's your belief in that?
Hey, look, man. Like I said again, I don't. It's just when it comes to the church and religion, I really don't touch on it, man. I got my beliefs, and I just don't. I don't know, man. I don't fuck with the church, man. I don't fuck with the congregation. I don't even fuck with the word because the word is spit in so many different ways from the pastor's mouth. I don't know what to believe. I just know this. We all started from somewhere, a higher power that created and started all this. Us, the earth, the galaxy, and whoever and whatever that is, praise be to that. Other than that, I'm not one to. And then, I also look at the religion in church shit as far as I look at it as it's a form and a way to brainwash people into manipulating them into doing what you want them to do for whatever purpose or benefit it is to that individual. If the
I agree
pastor
with
wants
that.
to, if the pastor wants to start a movement, he'll in place God this and God that and whatever, you know.
And shout out to Brother Oler King. He's already posted a couple scriptures up there. First Timothy verses 2 to 12. And we're talking about women pastors in First Corinthians 14 to 34. And also we have up there the pastor's wife is to not speak just like every other church member. I'm like, well, the pastor's wife should be, in my humble opinion, the pastor's helpmate. The pastor's the head. And brother Matt, I agree with this one. Female pastors are too ego driven. The Bible talks about a man running a church with strict requirements on how he's supposed to live, and it talks about him ruling his house, never a woman. Your take?
Man,
Go ahead. Hey, spread it out, because there is some correlation between our laws and our lives and the Bible. There is some, even if we don't go to church. I mean, I do believe that the Bible is still the blueprint. Now, do we follow it? Most of us don't because we don't know how to interpret it. Because for the most part, the original Bible, I believe, was in Latin. And, the first five books, starting from Genesis and Numbers and Leviticus, they're all from the Old Testament. So right now we're in the New Testament where you have the book of Revelations. Now, I'm not a Bible expert either, but the Bible should be some type of standards. And I'm using it because I'm going to get into the lack of date standards that we men have, and you're going to hear some of these rules in just a few minutes. That's why I'm talking about the Bible right now.
Well, I'm looking at the comment that the individual left about female pastors, how they're too ego driven. But it all goes back to what we were saying last week when it comes to men and women. Like, men are built to lead, women are designed to manage. And when you put a woman in a position of power and authority, it kind of gets thrown out of whack because that's not really their genetic makeup that's built for them. They're designed to manage, not lead. And when you're doing pastoral type of work, that's really laid out to lead. You're trying to lead the people to the Almighty Lord's word and whatever the Bible may say and all. But again, I'm a firm believer when it comes to certain duties in certain specific areas, women are not meant to fulfill that void. Unfortunately, the way the world is set up and designed, uh, and to those that are listening, hey, call me what you want, call me sexist, whatever, cool. I don't give a fuck. And this is how I feel. This is just the beauty of being in America. Freedom of speech. You're entitled to your own opinion. But I just feel when it comes to particular situations, women are just not meant to be put in place. Like, if you ask me, I'm glad there's not a woman president. Could you imagine what this country would be like if it was ran by a woman?
Hey, brother, I agree with you 100%. But this Hyde and Biden, if they invoke the 25th Amendment by saying he's unfit for office, guess who's president? Kamala Harris.
Well, my take on that, honestly, is yeah, she'll be the face, but she won't be calling the shots. And like I know, we have a crooked and corrupt government. A lot of
Surely
shit they
is.
do, a lot of shit they do behind the scenes that we don't know about. She'll be the face, but she won't be calling the shots. It's just like when Bush was in office, Dick Cheney was really calling the shots. I don't know if there's a
Yeah, he
movie out.
was.
Yeah, there's a movie out that talks about that. I think it's called something Vice. So I gotta get the name of it again. They did one about the vice president. They did one about the Great Depression. But anyway, yeah, she might be the face, but she won't be calling the shots. And then eventually, they'll phase her out, and then we'll get a man back in office.
That's true. Now, speaking of dating standards from brother Computer Robots, he basically mentions Will Smith recently had his wife, Jada, who's from my hometown of Baltimore, emasculate him on the Red Table Talk about his poor sexual performance. I don't know why Will would stay with that woman. Brother, you may have heard of it. Both of them are from the East Coast where we're from. But she's actually saying to her husband that he's poor in bed. Now,
Well, Leon, this is the crazy shit about that, and this goes back to what I was saying with my homeboy and his ex-wife. He was married for 20 years. Like, what the fuck? Oh,
she's been with him since
I'm sorry, I thought somebody.
96, bro.
Well, here's the bullshit. I mean,
Sure.
was he Was he poor in bed before the 2 kids you gave him? Was he poor in bed when he was making millions of dollars and hit fucking movies? Was he poor in bed when you said I do? I mean, what the fuck? You had all this time and all these years have passed by and all this special good shit that was laid upon and laid out for you. The fact that you're his wife. Now you want to come after all these years later and point this shit out? Like, you piece of shit, bitch. You could have just been on about your business and found something good for you. Let me be. Let me be miserable in bed with somebody else since I'm so bad for you. Why you want to sit here and suck up and enjoy all the French benefits of me, then years later come out with this quote unquote truth? I think it's truth. If you ask me, I think it's a bunch of bullshit for media. Media whore type shit. Just to
You
stay in
know,
the spotlight. I mean, let's be for real, Leon. Jada Pinkett Smith, yeah, she's cute, but she's old. She's old now, you know what I mean? So she's got to stay relevant by saying stupid shit, hurtful shit to bring this man down. Like, your performance is weak. Okay, now she's trending again. Now she's hot, the topic of discussion for right now. You know what I mean?
sounds like shaming tactics that we've heard before. You always have some woman tell you, you got a little dick or something like that. That's all a
Right.
shaming tactic to try to fracture your ego.
Yeah. Hey, brother Leon. Yeah, got a little dick, but she fucking sucks it every night and gets on top and rides it though. You know what I mean? Come on now. It kill me with that shit, man. They say one thing, but they do the exact opposite. You know?
But
If it's that bad,
it
if
sounds
it's
like they
that
don't make
bad, why you
sense.
still bother with it?
True, true. Now, going back to the religion and tying the single moms together, there seems to be a spirit of rebellion with female. Now, I'm not up to the female pastors like Celine is. She's more she's more into religion than we are, brother Matt. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to give my opinion, and just you give your opinion. A lot of these female pastors are single moms too, and uh, won't even say don't do what I did. I've actually, you know what? I've actually heard that. In fact, there was somebody I worked with at PennDOT. She was from Trenton, New Jersey. She called herself, I forgot what her name is, a black lady. She worked down there in the administration area, the paper pusher area. And all she talked about was Christ, but she had 2 children out of wedlock. But was saying that she is, for the most part, religious. Your take on that? I found that a bit hypocritical.
Hmm.
Yeah, called herself a pastor, but she was a single mom.
Ah, man. These single moms, man. You know what, man? I'm just gonna. I don't want to touch on it, man. I don't want to.
I mean, I think it's good that we bring it out because hey, look, in the long run, that's part of the problem, Matt. That's part of the problem. I mean, and shout out to Awakened Black Heterosexual. He says women cherry pick the Bible and manipulate it to obtain political power. I agree with that. And they also use it to negotiate sex with you too. They say, no, I'm too religious, or I am a born again virgin. So if you're with them, they want you to give up all your resources to them while they use that Bible. You've heard
Born
that.
again. So let me guess, the fucking hymen closed back up and sealed itself, right? It's like shit like that. Some of the shit that comes out their fucking mouth makes no sense. Born again virgin. How? How are you a born again virgin? With your fucking cherry closed back up? You got your cherry back? I mean, what the fuck? Come on, man.
Well, they've been again. This is where religion brainwashes individuals, and they believe that they found God. And the pastor tells them God will find you a husband. It's just like here was the gentleman that was and from Awakened Black Heterosexual. August Alsina opened up Jada's Pandora's box. Well, August Alsina was the one that she was having an affair with.
Well, yeah, you know what that is?
What's that?
She got some of that young dick. and said, "Oh my, this is what the game's been missing," and that's what shut Will out the box. Once she got some of that young dick, Will was no longer relevant. Yeah, his money might have been, still cool and all, but sexually, he couldn't do nothing for her no more, man. He couldn't, hey, that's my biggest fear. It's some young motherfucker coming around, dicking my woman down. Next thing you know, I'm ass up. But see, I'm never going to put a woman first. I'm never going to put a woman first. A woman will always be secondary to me.
That's putting up that red pill. And next in the building, I got my boy GK Sigma, Guy King. What do you want to add to the conversation, my brother? You're muted. He's
GK.
still, GK, you muted. You got to unmute yourself.
You know what though, brother Leon, man, and it's sad because you got some good, decent dudes out here that actually just say hello, how you doing, and have a good day, sister, and that. And that don't mean they trying to push up. Don't mean they trying to holler. You got some
Absolutely.
people, you got some guys out here just were raised with manners, raised with respect, and a lot of these females take that as a nigga's trying to push up or holler, and it's like not everybody's the same. You feel me?
And
This is
salute to
why.
the
This is why I don't shut. This is why I don't completely shut out the black woman. I
right.
still try to give them a chance, but I know
That's
I'm getting same results from majority of what I go towards.
absolutely. Well, shout out to you, the Antisocial Socialite podcast. And of course, she says salute to the chat. Thank you. And want everybody to get the likes up. Please support the channel. I'm bringing you this raw content. Got my boy Big Body Productions. He's got a channel out there. I'll find it, put it in the chat. Trying to get my boy GK Sigma up here. What's going on, brother Sigma?
What's up, brother? How
All
y'all feeling?
right.
GK, what up?
Shoot, I'm just taking it easy, man. Got stood up on a date, and I guess that's what I get. That's what I get for cheating on my main girl. I cheated on my girl yesterday, and today a different girl stood me up.
All right, Matt. Time to go in on this one. I mean, he's gonna bring something to the table.
Listen,
Now,
listen.
what happened? What made you do that, brother King?
What made me do what?
You know, what happened? Did you one stood you up, but what happened to the other one? Go ahead and elaborate on it. But go ahead, brother Matt. Yeah, he said he's got stood up on the day. Wow.
See, that's not the issue. That's not the issue that he got stood up. See, we got to go back to where it all begins, which is with his main girl. What is she doing wrong that got this brother stepping out wanting to venture with different women? Because if everything was good at home with her, then man, they gotta go nowhere. If a man feels he's good in that peace where he lay his head and where he lay his head at and who he lay his head with, then there's no need to migrate and travel and wander. So what is she doing wrong?
Go ahead, brother King. You got to unmute yourself. He's still muted up. Anybody else that wants to come on the panel, I'm going to drop the link. I just dropped the link in the chat. Come on up here. Again, shout out to brother Trey. He's another good brother. Just dropped him a link, brother Matt. So he's going to come up, and like I said, we're going to in a minute get to the rules here because yes, something happened. Because at the end of the day, most guys we don't step out like that. Now you got some out there, brother, and we call them the Dusties. You know who the Dusties are. They're the ones who are going. They're actually these Dusties. Some of these women love these dusty guys. You know why they love the dusty guys? Because they can put the dusty guys in a subordinate position. Well, it's all about, just like you said, power and control, my brother.
Right.
Power and control. Again, I'm dropping the link. Want to come on up there, talk with my boy, Big Body Productions. Shout out to his channel. I don't know if you can put anything in the chat. Put your channel in the chat, brother Matt. I think you could put it in the chat. You're on your phone, but if you could put it in the chat so everybody can subscribe to your channel, get your numbers up, because I've known you for a long time. We've been doing this YouTube thing since 2015, 2016. So I want everybody to give my boy Big Body Productions a shout out. He works hard. He's a truck driver from Canton, New Jersey. I met him in person, and he's a good brother. And you on that note, brother, I got something. I'm going to go straight to the rules. Straight to the rules that we had. Now we were last week, brother Matt. We were last week, and I'll make them bigger so everybody could see them here. I don't know if anybody could see him, but you could see him. We were on number 46. I mean, we had gotten there, and we were on 47 because we talked about 46 moving into a woman's home. What do you think about that anyway? On moving into a woman's home, what is your take on that?
I think it's weak because you can't define yourself as a man if you got to live up under a woman. Again, a man's position is to lead, provide, protect, and direct. How could you do that if you're living up under a woman? You're reversing the roles. I know everybody's not perfect, and some people fall on hard times. But if you got to live up under a woman's shit, then it's almost like you're lowering your value as a man.
Well, yeah, that's agreed. And then she's not going to, in my humble opinion, she's not going to respect you anymore.
Right.
I mean, because it really comes down to the issue of respect, and you get no respect, then at the end of the day, she's never going to follow you because she's not going to trust you. Brother GK.
Yeah, brother, I'm sorry, man. I'm having connection issues, but I'm trying to stay in here this time, hopefully.
All right. Yeah, we had started the rules now. Just talk to brother Matt. We were talking about moving into a woman's home. Now, before I go on, you explained your situation. You said you got a date you had to cancel, or she canceled on you. Well, what happened to bring all this upon the issue? How did this issue come up? Because I know you had mentioned that you had a main woman, or what happened?
Oh man, them connections, man.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep on with the rules here. Number 47. Here's what I say to a man: get your education, and if you don't go to school, get your economics right. You'll be in a position to be self-sufficient, to enjoy what life has to offer at your pace. What say you, brother Matt?
Yeah, I'm pretty much with you. Hey, go to school. But then again, school's not for everybody. So if you do go to school, and at least finish high school, and then you don't know what you want to do from that point on, take a trade, get a CDL, but get something that's going to keep your money coming in and keep you going at a pace to where can't nobody stop you. Because if you have a skill, that's something can't nobody take from you. That's a craft. That's an art. That's going to bring you in money. If you have a CDL, there's a high demand on commerce and transportation. Things always just the way of the economy. Things need to be moved. So now you're a federal licensed. You're a federal commercial license holder and you're authorized to move commerce, which is the way the world revolves around things being moved. And in order to fucking move shit, it costs money. And when there's money, you get paid. So yeah, again, school's not for everybody. But if it is for you, do it all the way big, do it to the best of your ability. But don't ever short yourself out or leave money on the table. The sky is the limit.
Well, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. And I think many of us as black men, we really don't think about that. But even when you get your money up, brother, I mentioned at the end of rule number 47 to be self sufficient. Here's the problem with a number of brothers. You know what they do with their money. And it's not just buying women, but they're buying rims. They're buying the most expensive car. Many of them don't invest their money. And some of them are even getting women pregnant. And guess what? They're going over to people like Chris Smith for child support, a quick getaway for child support. And shout out to brother Omen Osiris. He's the god of law. They're going over to him so they can get information about child support and jurisdiction. Well, you don't want to end up in that state if you follow the right protocol by protecting yourself and keeping your money in your pocket. And that is true, brother Matt. You got to think of yourself first, and that's really what the red pill is about. Here's something. Number 48. Do not pursue a woman who is still friends with her ex-husband and she puts you in the friend zone. Chances are that she's had sex with her ex and she's using you for emotional support, meals, and paying her bills. What say you?
Yeah, I agree. Or you're just a plan B. It's an option. My thing is this, bro. And I said this recently to a chick I was dealing with. If I fuck with you and I invest my time and my energy into you, I myself need to be a primary priority to you. I shouldn't be second on a totem pole, last man on the list. Now, if you got a kid, cool. Kids come first, cool. But when it comes to
Only if they're okay. Kids come first if you're raising them. But if they're grown ass kids, that's a different story, bro.
if they're grown ass kids, then they're not kids. They're just grown ass fucking adults.
But you you got some of them still living at home under their mothers too.
Well,
Trifling. They're not paying anything. And you say something about it, there's going to be problems. Now, I know I've been in that situation before, and it's not a fun situation. Number 49. Okay, you might agree with this, Matt. When men and women discuss the idea of going Dutch, when you go into an eating establishment and it's agreed to both of you that you're going to go Dutch, if she decides to change her mind regarding the issue of going Dutch, do not go out with her because she has no intent on contributing to her portion of the date. Now, I put that in there because there are some women, brother Matt, some women who believe that you should be the one paying everything. She'll tell you, okay, we'll go Dutch, and then at the end of the day, she really didn't want to go Dutch. She wanted you to pay everything.
Well, see, that all comes with effective communicating skills, man. A lot of these women don't have that shit, man. A lot of these women fucking expect you to just be on board and on hand of knowing what to do, what you're supposed to do, without even having to say anything. And then that's not always the case. Sometimes you gotta specify what you want and how you want it done. Especially with these modern days, man. I say it So I say it so strong. These modern day motherfuckers, they do not know how to talk to people as far as getting shit across in an understanding manner. You know, it's sad. It's sad because the ways of the world are fucking starting to really thin out, man. You got brothers out here that don't know how to tie ties. You got women out here that don't know how to be a lady. You got jokers out here that just don't know how to change oil. You know, all it takes is just asking. If you don't know, ask.
And I always say, because I remember we talked about it last week, that you had a video up and you showed everyone, because brother, there are guys out there who don't even know how to jumpstart a car. You had shown it. You had shown it how to jumpstart a car. I mean, there are many YouTube videos out there doing it. I saw you do it. I saw you do it. Heck, I saw you and your friend weaving in and out of traffic when we were coming back, going toward Philly on I-76, 676. So I know how that is.
You know what, though, Leon, man, that all comes from just being around positive males, men, and also if you don't know, ask. You know what I mean? Like I know how to do some shit that the average person don't know how to do in today's world. I know how to read a map, an actual Rand McNally road map. Fuck a GPS. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying about that. I still read Rand McNally myself.
You know, it's and there was one point that I didn't know how to, but when you really want something, you'll tune yourself into it. And if you don't know, you'll ask. You know what I mean? There's nothing
So,
wrong with not knowing, but if you want to know it, you'll ask, man. It's all about how you present yourself and speak amongst what you want to know.
oh,
It's all about
absolutely.
communication.
Absolutely. Now I got rule number 50, so you might be able to read it. Men, pursue the woman that you believe is. I'm gonna paraphrase some of this because some of the grammar I wrote up there isn't the
Yes,
greatest either. But
it says it says pursue the woman that is attractive to you because beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. So look for the three B's: beauty, brains, and behavior. Don't look for any approval from your friends or family regarding who you want to date because in the end, men, you're the one responsible. You're dating this for your dating decisions. When their decision is going to be based on the person they would date. Also, stay away from women who have been associated with criminals, drug dealers, pimps, and players. Lastly, check out the family background of the woman that you're pursuing a date because you may be dealing with a person who has come from a dysfunctional household. In the end, this person will bring problems to a relationship.
touch on that because there's a element of truth to that. Now I'm not
A
saying
whole bunch of truth to it, man. It's a whole bunch of truth. You know, like we were talking last week. You know, a major thing that plays a role with the women is if there was a dad in the household. If there wasn't a dad in the household, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna come across some fuckery with that woman because it's something about the dad not being in the household that kind of causes a static eruption as a woman gets older, a young lady gets older and grows into a woman, and you know, also like it says, as far as being around pimps, players, criminals, and all that plays a part, man. Because if a chick is around some shit that's toxic and that's all she knows, that's what she's going to really want to resort to and have the expectations of you to be what she's used to, you
And
know.
you know what? That's true because even brother David Early King II says she will eventually turn into her mama eventually. You know why? Because she sees everything that her mama does. So kids pick up what their parents do. and some of what they see, particularly if you're from an area that is pretty much welfare driven, you have a lot of poverty and high crime, you know what that's going to turn into. That's going to lead into in my humble opinion, a life of failure unless you meet some individuals who are positive.
Right. Absolutely, man. You know, it's all in the energy, the vibe, you know. When you're around positive stuff, you get positive vibes. You know, it's energy just transfers. It goes from one to the other. So, you know, I'm a firm believer in the sciences of how spirits and energy connect and work, you know. And when you're around good, you tend to see good and do good. You know, if you're around a bunch of filth and bullshit, not saying that you're gonna come out and be like what you see, because I mean, you got cats like Carmelo Anthony, who's from Baltimore, Maryland.
Yes, he is.
We know what comes out of Baltimore, but you see where he's at in life as an individual. So you know, you gotta, you know, sometimes you gotta weigh the good with the bad, but when you're around the bad, majority of times you're gonna come out with what you come out with, man.
Well, on that note, number 51. Um, Here's something that we all should do as men. Check out the area where this person lives or this woman lives. If you find out that she's from an environment that there is high crime, Section 8, large population of single mothers and welfare, or if a woman comes from an area where there is high property value and and high maintenance, you need to stay away from these women because they will have entitlement issues. So what I did, brother Matt, when I wrote that, I took the highest and the lowest and basically balanced them out because in the long run, on a high end, there's going to be entitlement issues, and on the low end, there's also going to be entitlement issues. And I say that because somebody's spoiled them, whether it's been the government or their dad. What say you?
Uh, oh, pardon me, man. Oh, I'm a little. I had a long day today. I'm sorry about that, but
Well, I understand that too, bro.
yeah, I'm actually nah. I'm gonna shut it down soon, man. Because I gotta be some at Malvern, PA, at 4 in the morning. So I gotta get me some rest early. But yeah, you know, um, entitlement issues. Yeah, I mean, oh man, the best thing I can really say, man, is you know when you just gotta check the nature of the background of that person, man. You gotta study him. You know, you gotta study him
Absolutely. And next in the building,
because
I got my boy Trey the NBD. What's going on, brother Trey?
Hey, what it do, man? What it do,
I
man?
got my brother Matt. He's been a long time YouTuber as well from Camden, New Jersey, man.
Hey, what's going on, Matt, man? How you doing, brother?
hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man. Another night.
Hey,
I heard that.
and by the way, Matt, Trey is also a truck driver as well.
Oh, okay, driver. All right,
Oh
man.
yeah, man. Yeah, I'm on my way to Arden, North Carolina right now, man.
Oh shit, man. What you pushing, man? A freight, a Western
No,
Star, International, Pete.
no,
What you
no, no.
pushing, man?
I'm in my box truck right now, man. I'm fleet. I ain't driving right now. I got other people driving for me, but I brought the box truck out on the road just to excuse to go see my mom.
Oh, okay. Oh, you drive a box
Yeah,
truck. Okay, we got 26 foot,
yeah.
24 foot.
2026, but I'm about to get a freaking either oh man, I'm thinking between a Volvo and that Kenworth T680 next month.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, shit.
Yeah,
Damn.
that Kenworth is nice, man.
That's like
Man,
the Mercedes Benz of trucks, man.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been like holding off, man, on getting back out on the truck myself because I just been running the biz myself, but I'm missing out on that money.
Yeah, there's a lot of money be made out here right now, man. You gotta get it, man. You gotta get it.
Oh,
Gotta-
oh yeah,
hey, in the
and it's
chat,
Exactly.
hard, man. And
if you
I
can
got
put brother Trey's channel down there. I want everybody to subscribe to his channel because brother Trey, we were in bed, but you did a hell of a panel. Hey, I did give you a Cash App too. If you see
Okay.
under Leon Jones, go pick it up, brother.
Oh, no doubt, man. Yeah, I got to shout you out. I'll probably do a stream when I'm driving later, man. Mississippi D driving right now, so I'm just chilling. So.
Oh, well, welcome to the chat. We're kind of touching on something that you touched on. See what I did, and brother Matt's known me for about 5 years.
I gotta take this call real quick. I'm gonna mute my mic. All right.
All right.
Okay.
But what we're doing up here, I wrote some dating rules up here, brother Trey, and all these. So we've been going over them, and I was hearing part of your chat this morning, and you said something very interesting. You had Kid Styles on your chat, and what I liked about it is you didn't mention anything about the black community, because in the long run, I've always said that there really isn't a black community. I don't even know why we even use the term black community. What say you on that, brother?
Well, what I was getting into with Kid Styles was this. If we're pushing to these boys out here, and part of the problem with the matriarchy, you're pushing boys to date primarily, number one, on skin culture and the dysfunctional culture. Going to end up with exactly what we have right now, and the so-called community.
Yes.
What I push is that, I don't do the dating stuff. And I said, if I ever do this, you're going to have to get me on Patreon behind the paywall. But I really, when I do talk to guys, I push them to, before that color and culture first, take a look at, her character. Character first, character, and then go the culture route.
Oh, well, I do understand that, and I think that's where we all missed the boat. And I heard you mention, and shout out to brother Big Nate. He's not here. He was supposed to be here. I don't know where he is. And love our brother Nate, but brother Nate, and I have to agree with what you said on this, brother. I think he still wants to try to bring something together that's not going to happen, Captain. He wants to try to get back into that community that you all say, and he's going to have to jump out that community.
Yeah. And I did have to take a shot at Nate for blocking me in the chat the other night.
Oh, yeah, he did.
It was a shot in love, Nate. You catch the replay. But yeah, I had to take a shot back at it last night.
I was on that panel. He timed you out for 300 seconds. Yeah,
because I said, I went on Crimson Cure. And, I ain't got no issue with Crimson Cure except, well, me and her used to beef back when, everybody was crying about the jogger last year. We got into it. But my issue with the female dating coaches, the Danica Marie's, the Chantel Johnson, and Crimson Cure, yeah, they got a great message and all. But, man, to me, it's falling on deaf ears to the women. And for the men, the last thing in the world you need to be doing is listening to a woman when it comes to dating anything.
Yeah, that's what my brother Matt said, because guess who was on this channel? Celine was on this channel, of course. So she was on yours and she was on mine, and she's been bringing up the Bible, and I'm a little bit more judicious with the Bible. I listened to it, but she had mentioned something about a female pastor, and Brother Oler King, who was in my chat, had put some scriptures out there about the female pastor. Now says really not to have female pastors. And when you start allowing females to lead everything, our country goes down. I mean, you look at what's going on now, and I'm going to bring up politics right now because I'm laughing at the left when it came to our former state, because you lived in Virginia just like I lived in Virginia. They are up in arms, brother, because at the end of the day, Terry McAuliffe lost. And whatever his name, Youngston, He actually pulled a Democratic trick by utilizing the diversity card. He has Winsome Sears as his lieutenant governor, who's a former Marine, and then there was another AG that was elected, who's a Cuban, and the
Yeah, you
left
got
is
it,
going crazy this morning, brother.
bro. You got the whole Caribbean team in there, bro. You got a Cuban and a Jamaican, bro. You know what I'm saying? My people, you know, my aunt name is Winsome, and bro, it just I can't wait to troll my mom, bro. I really want to know what my mom has to say. I like, hey, ma, one of your peoples in VA, our old state. What you got to say about that?
No, yeah, look, I lived in VA, so I know all about. I lived in Portsmouth, right off the Turnpike Road. I know where.
Oh shoot, you live down there
I
by
took.
J Dub.
Oh, yeah. So I know all of. I lived in Norfolk. I lived in Vi Beach. I like
Yeah.
Virginia, but I'm glad I'm not. I'm glad I'm not there. And you had mentioned you were on there with Kid Styles, and I heard you all talking about North Carolina last night, and you had mentioned Greenville. I said, I know where Greenville is. That's the home of the ECU Pirates. And if you go right up 17 North, you'll be in Elizabeth City. I've been there as well. And then you go south on US 17 to 13, you'll be in Washington. So I liked it there. And I heard you all talking about the types of women there. And you also had, and were those real Hooters girls, brother? I mean,
Man, bruh, it was I think it was a Halloween post, but you know my whole thing about it and me is, you know, and I got into it with Citizen Lou last night, but whether my channel is politics or culture, and when you start talking culture with the community, man, you're gonna end up on politics because of the monolith. And part of the monolith, which you know celebrates this culture of these huge unhealthy women, is also attached to the left. And man, they were losing their minds last night. But you at a certain point, it's like you gotta look at fellas and be like, look, man, are you really gonna settle down with this? And we were like, she ain't gonna make it. Them chicks in there, how many of them are gonna make
well, probably not any. I'm like, well, because I've only, to be honest with you, I've only been that place maybe one time, and I got some wings. Now it's been about like since 1995, 1996, bro. That's the last time I've been, and I didn't see anybody look like that.
and that that's what me I was telling Kid Styles is that, you know, man, I left, you know, I used to go down there with my ex and her family. You know, this was 93 to like 97, and like I lived down there for like 6 months out in Garysburg near Roanoke Rapids for when
I know
I
where
came
Roanoke
back in the
Rapids
army.
is. Right, I know
Yeah,
where
and you
Roanoke Rapids is too. In fact, I heard you mention Roanoke Rapids because I had, I think it was right off of US 64. I had family down there that lived in Enfield and Wilson, North Carolina.
yeah, oh yeah, freaking what's her name? Kid Styles said that was their rivals. You know, the cats from Enfield. They would be we were talking, but that's a whole nother story. We were just talking about how dudes, you know, black people don't get along. But we talk about the monolith and you know, cats don't get along. But that's a whole nother story. But what I was saying though, man, about North Carolina is that, bro, these women were not this size back then. This is all looking at 2000 when when I was in Vietnam and you know, I was in the 82nd. They weren't this size. They were, you know, you could tell the older ones were getting slightly bigger, but even the ratchets had them nice bodies. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. I had a thing for the ratchets back in the day. It was like crack to me.
Yeah,
And
but
they were hot. They had the nice bodies, you know, they were thick. They had them shapes. You know, they had them box braids on them, looking like Janet Jackson in Poetic Justice or freaking Jada and Menace. Bro,
yeah,
you know how them chicks would be. It was addictive, and then you know you end up linking up with one of them, and they destroy your life. But they weren't big like that.
I also want to shout out to Osama for the $20 cash app. Folks, put Brother Trey's channel in the comment section. I want everybody to subscribe. He's got some good content. Yeah, he does it at night, but you can catch it and you will laugh your ass off. But the content makes a lot of sense. And right now we're talking. A couple of other brothers will be back. They had to do something. But yeah, when you mentioned North Carolina, I said, wow, Dre's been to a number of places I've been to, especially when you talk about Elizabeth City. And I don't know where Kid Styles is, but if he's around, I'd like him to hop up on my panel and we can definitely talk about what you all were talking about. But like I said, when it comes to these rules, and I'm gonna get on, and maybe you can help me out with some of these too, Brother Trey, since you're almost my age. And right now I'm on rule number 52, and you're a masculine man. What about never let a woman validate or define you? And don't look for a woman to validate you. Should you let a woman define you or should you not, brother?
No, man, you don't. And this is how I feel, man, about this. When you meet that woman, bro, that'll make you, you know what I'm saying, go out there and slay dragons, she has to come into your frame. And I refer to Robert Kiyosaki, man, and I didn't even know this, but Kim Kiyosaki left Robert Kiyosaki 4 years ago. And this is the Moses of real estate. Robert Kiyosaki, billionaire, and former Marine, gunship pilot, and he got out of his frame, and he said it straight up. He became a big fat beta, and she dipped. 70 years old, you know what I'm saying, and she dipped out on him with all that.
And I'm looking at all these individuals out here with money, and that just tells me something. And I know everybody's. And I don't repeat a lot of what KS says. He talks about the high value man, but even these so-called individuals with money, they're getting shellacked as well. Shout out to Mr. O. He's in the building here. I just dropped the link. Mr. O is coming up.
What's going on, 411? What's going on?
Got Brother Trey up here too.
What's up, Trey?
Chilling, brother.
Yeah, I'm on right here at work right now. Yours kind of busy. I was just going to take a little break to give you kudos on your platform and salute to you on the live real quick. What's the topic for tonight?
Hey, we're talking about dating rules. We're talking about politics, and oh, good. This is the one for you, my brother. I just talked about it with Brother Trey. I wrote up a bunch of rules, okay, and I've added some. I'm on rule number 53. We started some last week. I wish you all were on. And we're on number 53. So you or Trey could take this.
Okay. Let me go ahead and read it. You want me to read it?
Yeah. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you read it out loud for me? It's a little small for me on the phone.
All right, I got you. A woman who self-identifies / self-proclaimed titles as princess, queen, diva, or goddess is typically more interested in being worshipped as an infallible being or pampered like a Siamese cat more than being a reciprocal love relationship. Now, you know what? I wholeheartedly agree with that statement, 411. You know what? The baby boomer women, I go ahead and go a little bit further, part of the silent generation, part of the tail end of that era, they were the ones that promoted the diva culture. Ergo, Diana Ross, ergo, Patti LaBelle, ergo, Donna Summers. These women was the prototype before the baby boomers took over the whole feminist agenda. They was the ones that spewed out this venom called divahood. That's when you get these glam divas, glam moms, and all that in between.
Oh, I agree with that. Shout out to Brother Big Body. He's back in the building. Hey, Brother Matt, your take on this. Got a couple brothers that I know up there. Here's another one of my brothers. I actually met him in person, brother. He's from Camden, New Jersey, Big Body Productions. He also has a YouTube channel, and he's raw. He keeps it raw just like you do, Mr. O. And Brother Matt, why you up there?
Hey man, hey, what's happening, everybody? Sorry if I had to dip off for a second, man. chick called me and told me she want me to come over and rub her ass, and I give her a butt rub. I told her, I said, you gotta pick
Damn,
a
you
butt.
too. Yeah, you too. I'm getting, tomorrow my birthday, y'all. I've been getting a lot of inboxes and everything. These
Hey,
girls
big
trying,
head.
yeah,
Well, happy birthday. You in the Scorpio range.
yep. I'm a Scorpio sun, Sagittarius moon with a little Pisces rising right there for the people that
Yeah, man.
understand the thing. I'm not
Yeah.
into the thing, but I just know the thing so I could use it to my advantage.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, you got to flip it around on them chicks like a figure four leg lock with this astrology. But I'll jump on 53 real quick. 411.
Yes,
I
sir.
agree
Go ahead.
with everything up there except one little word, the princess word. And
Okay.
this is one thing that brothers like gotta get back to. And when you go back, couple 4 or 5 decades, no, maybe 6 7 decades, is that we got away from brothers being at least 10 years older than a woman. Wait till you get in your 30s and find a woman, or your late 20s, find a woman coming into her own at that age to have kids. Where you know what, she is your little princess. You know what I'm saying? She is your little, your little baby girl. Because somebody got to meet up. Yeah, somebody got serious feedback. But if a woman ain't looking at you as a father figure, as a masculine role model or guidance, there's a problem. Because in the older days, it was she went from her father or her grandfather to your house, and now it was on you. It was your responsibility to provide and take care of her,
Well,
and we gotten away
absolutely.
from that.
So let me touch on that for a second, though, man. Because you gotta look at what we dealing with these today's chicks. You can't fuck with these young chicks like that no more, man. You gotta be on some real shit. You gotta be. You gotta fuck with the older women, man. Because these young girls, man, they're fucking terrible, man.
Look, I'd rather have something that's too hot to handle than something that's too old to mold. Now, me, I'm about
Oh
to be
no, I ain't say
35.
too old. I ain't say too old. I said you might either something in your age bracket or just a little younger. But he said at least 10 years younger. If I'm 28, I don't want to fuck with nothing 18.
Oh,
Man,
well,
these
I'm
young
about to be
girls
35.
vicious, man.
I'm about to be 35 tomorrow. I'll gladly take a 25-year-old. You dig? And
I wouldn't take one from out there my way. These chicks is out for keeps, man.
oh, I'm from
I'm
Yeah.
from the
Chicago. You don't
city,
know
man.
me. You forgot I'm from Chicago, bro. You forgot I got to deal with the worst women in the country.
Oh
Hey,
shit.
but you know that down here, man, where I'm at in Texas, man, you dip off in the country and you find you a good one. Like, man, for me, me and Mississippi D, we were around the same age, but we came up through the mud together. We was both on, well, we weren't really into politics when we got together. We just, okay, parents, everybody else, or whoever says, hey, which way do we vote? We just listen to them. But we came into our own red pill wise, relationship wise, and politically, man, we about killed each other. And it took a whole lot for us to work out. And honestly, if I had to do it all over again, I tell other brothers, man, I would have went for at least 10 or 15 years younger than me.
Hey,
Because
I'm gonna tell you what happened with that.
last thing is that her along with me, we had to reprogram our mindsets basically to be complementary to each other, because bad programming.
Yeah, see, I was going to intertwine. See, that's the reason why I keep on talking about that silent generation, aka the civil rights generation. Everybody want to use that generation as the stepping stone with so-called relationships. That's why when you hear these women and some men want to talk about the 40s and the 50s. Now, mind you, these people from this generation, the reason why they got together so young, the typical age for marriage during that time period was between 16 to 25. The reason why they got married for so young at that time period because they went through the Great Depression. They didn't understand or know what the world's gonna be like, so they had to go with each other to go ahead and build something new. Unfortunately, the society did get back to going, and they was fucking like jackrabbits back in them days. And guess who they gave birth to? The spoiled, entitled baby boomers.
Oh yeah. And
Yeah.
one thing, we look at the silent generation as the example. We need to be looking at the greatest generation as the example. And I have no issue with a 28-year-old dude marrying an 18-year-old girl straight off the farm if she's gonna take care of her, because her body is gonna be in the best condition to have healthy kids, and she's moldable. I mean, there's no what drives me nuts is seeing all these girls go through the cock carousel, then come out ruined at 25, 26, trying to hit a home run to go out there and find a Mr. O. You know what I'm saying?
No. It's gonna be more than just one. See, I learned from Dr. BOA. Look, I'd rather have none than just have one. See, that's the problem right there too. The one thing we can say about the greater generation, they did not play that whole call monogamy thing. They'll tell you in a heartbeat, like, look, I'm going to the store, give me a pack of cigarettes. And never
Whoa,
come
hold
back.
up, hold up, Nate, man. Nate got blocked again?
No, Nate ain't blocked.
No. I mean, and he said he can't broadcast.
What? Is that why he didn't come on
Say
yesterday?
what?
Is that why he can't come on yet? Because we were looking for him yesterday. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh. Nate, you got to come up there and tell us what happened, man, because we were looking for you yesterday, brother. He is in the building. He's in my chat. Wow.
Yeah, that's that BS, man. That's that BS.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Now, it's probably one of them divested chicks, you know what I'm saying, from the axis of evil weave that I be talking about. The synthetic Stalins, the Nala Hitlers, the Ratchet Spear Mussolinis, and the Chris Sadongs. Them chicks, we know Chris Sadong, this chick talking about she want to go ahead and call the FBI on people that, especially male in a manosphere space. I call that shit out.
And see, this is why, man, I don't get into that dating market stuff, man, because I want nothing to do with those women. I say, you know what, y'all do you. I want to go over here. I want to live my life. You know what? I'm happy living my free thinker, freaking passport gang type lifestyle, man.
See,
Y'all
that's why
Sound like a MGTOW to me. Sound like a MGTOW to me.
Oh no, not MGTOW, man. I'm not nowhere near MGTOW, man. I'm happily married. My
I'm
wife's
SYS
Dominican.
being myself, though. I'm SYS being myself, though. I wrote under the Red Pill MGTOW umbrella many years ago on Facebook. See, I told y'all before I came to this space, I was already a known name on Facebook and Twitter with this logic. I didn't know that we had the testicular fortitude to put this on air, but here we are in 2021. But the thing about MGTOW, it gets a bad connotation. See, men that go their own way got entangled with the incels because they want to go under the umbrella because they are going their own way too. But the thing is, MGTOW started out for men that was in bad marriages, bad relationships, and all that good stuff that took the red pill. Not for the
I mean,
incel.
I hear you, brother. I hear you what you're saying. But you know, there's nothing better in life than a stress-free life, no aggravation. And I mean, sometimes you know, hey man, sometimes all a man want to do is just go make his bread and get his nut and then go on and get ready for the next fucking day. And yo, that's the best fucking way, man. Because who wants to be aggravated with life? A lot of these women are aggravating, man. It's fucking aggravating, man.
Yeah, the greatest generation proved that point. That's why they always see they want to talk about the dudes from the 40s and the 50s. Now, ask every dude and every woman that want to use that logic. Now, y'all want to use those men and those women, but go ahead and ask them same man and same woman that y'all want to go ask them about their grandparents. I guarantee you they become quiet.
Yeah, they were the most base generation out there, man. The stuff they went through, World War I, Spanish flu, you know, and then leading off
we
the Great
doing it. We
Depression.
going through the same thing right now. We had 9/11 and we got the you dig.
But see, what we are is that we ain't, you know, well, we are, but the majority of the men out here, man, this goes across the color line. They aren't based, you know what I'm saying? They aren't freaking grounded, you know, in their reality. They can't handle it. They start crumbling. And what do? Oh man, I need me a woman to take care of. Let me get and guess what? They get a woman they want to control them and destroys their lives.
Yeah, you ain't never lie.
All right, Celine says, like I will always say, it's instant gratification that kills us. No one is taught to wait anymore until you're married or at least engaged. All right, fellas, tackle that comment. I mean, I have my opinions, but she's talking about. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was gonna say repeat the. I didn't see it. Can you say post it again?
Yes, certainly.
Like always says, it's instant gratification that kills us. No one is taught to wait anymore until you're married or yep, I agree. Hey, look, a Chicagoan right here, you know, us black males in the community in Chicago, we don't have good positive role models, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I keep on using baby boomers because they're the oldest circulating generation right now. So with them as our so-called elders and wisdom, these dudes was promoting being biggest tricks, booty eaters, curtailers of all of any generation that I know of. So of course they are the most degenerate, perverted generation, but and some of the Generation X, I got those and millennials too. We take hedonism and self-pleasure to the max. It started around 13, 14 years old in our neighborhoods when we had no parental supervision, no guidance, no spiritual leadership in our own community. We was basically left to our own devices, and teenage pregnancy, uber amounts of STDs being promoted in our community, and nobody want to check it because we all want to feel good. We Oh, and another thing, we not considered grown men in the community talk till we is 35. Go figure. So, and then by the time we hit 40, we too old.
Shit.
I'm telling you,
No,
man.
Shit.
because that's what they
Mr.
say.
O.
What do a sister or one of these little crumb snatchers want to tell you? Especially when you're on your job, they be telling you, you ain't grown, you ain't no man. Until you get gray
Hey,
hair,
Mr.
till you lose
O.
your hair.
Y'all want, I don't. Hey, look, I don't know how I don't know how it's going down in y'all area, but over here, the younger chicks is gravitating more towards the older established men, cause these young motherfuckers don't know what the fuck to do with themselves and ain't got shit going on. So a lot of the younger chicks is coming over to the niggas that's already older and established, the 35, the 40, the 45 and 50-year-old men. Your old heads is winning right now, man.
Yo, I tell you,
I
man, in
agree, but this
Houston, man,
man,
in Houston, I had them 18 and up trying to get at me or whatever, man. It was crazy, bro. It was funny. I think I told you before when I had one, we was working an event. Look, you know, I was all ripped up before I gained all this weight, you know, on the road. She looked at Mrs. MBD and whispered to me, "Is that your mom?" I had to look like, "Hey, girl, you might want to get out of here. You about to get snatched up." Yo, but they bold though, bro. Matt, you broke, man. It was bold, bro. They had they did not care. They seen you was established, seen what you had. You had a nice car, you had a business, money, bro. They don't care. They throw it right out there at you.
Damn real. Damn real.
Got another comment for you all. I mean, Selena's throwing them down. Says women look down on her on me, my age, because I practice abstinence and attempt to be as pure as possible, and it's gone pretty well for me. No disease, no pregnancy I ever have to worry about. Well, that's true. That's smart. What do you all think?
Hey, you know what's crazy, man?
Go ahead, brother Matt.
I'll wait. I'll let one of y'all jump in because something just came across me. And I might get everybody to laugh in a minute.
Okay, I'll say
Go
this.
ahead, yeah.
You know, and here's the for the ladies out there listening. You know, I'm old school. You know, I'm old school. You know, a pimp player from the Himalayas. We gonna try and smash. You know, our main goal is to feel you out. We're gonna test you out. Like I'd meet a chick, you know, I'm thinking this is younger me. I'm thinking about dating to see how serious it's gonna be. Of course, first night, I'm gonna try and smash. I'm gonna see what I can get away with. And hey, if you don't let me smash, man, I'm gonna come back a second time around. And if you're saying the right things and your values are the right, I'm like, okay, this might be something I can work with here. But hey, if you let me tap it, it is what it is. On to the next.
Yeah, see, I was raised in old school. I was raised in church, and I was part of the street culture up until a point. So I seen from both sides of the fence. Dig this here. Now, but a boyfriend girlfriend crap that we do in the black community is bad for so-called relationships in the future because we still don't understand that sex is still marriage. I don't care what anybody wants to say. You want to go ahead and use your little Christian little rhetoric or any other that bull crap. You want to use signs. Look, whoever crapped that first cherry is your husband. You know what I'm saying? And until he dies, that was supposed to be your husband. But unfortunately, since we live under new laws and all that other butt crap, the old laws still apply, even though we don't practice them. So, ladies, y'all do not practice monogamy. Y'all practice single exclusivity. Because to be monogamous, that means you have to be with that person from beginning to the end. What y'all want to go ahead and because I be trying to go ahead and tell women like, look, you do understand that y'all still got the bodies of a prostitute from back in the days. You know, they ain't had that many bodies. Y'all walking around talking about y'all had 10 relationships and y'all talking about y'all ready for a husband, but you don't understand. You already had 10 plus husbands. Look, matter of fact, let me reference my video I uploaded today. Look at Megan Good. This chick, a Hollywood B-list actress, fine as hell. You know, she married to a preacher, a pastor, good-looking young gentleman. She ended up leaving him. Why? Because the streets was calling her.
Streets is real, man. You know, and like, man, these beta dudes, man, you know, they can't handle these chicks, bro. They can't.
Ain't even
Hey,
beta,
you know
because I
what?
see some. Ain't even beta, because I see some alphas that become beta once they do get the so-called back chick and everything. So
Yeah, bro, that they still bait. That's the thing, man, is that you and in a relationship, the dudes that hold it down the best, man. And like, I'm sorry, Mrs. MBD, but you got to keep the foot on the neck. If you don't, and you know, Mrs. MBD, right? I should tell you straight up, I'm an asshole. It drive her crazy because I stay on her. Like, there is no, I don't let off the gas.
You,
Because if I
hey,
do,
hey,
I
hey,
tell her it's going to affect our great grandkids.
Go ahead, brother Matt.
look here, y'all. A little quick sidebar. Now, I got a young lady right here with me. You know, I want to get her perspective on it. Let me ask you something, sweetheart. Come here. What's your name, sweetheart?
Ashley.
We got Ashley in the building, y'all.
hey,
How you
Ashley.
doing?
Ashley, I gotta ask you a question. Now, we're all adults. You know, okay. If you come across a guy and you're interested in him, would you rather he try to fuck on the first night, or would you rather try to just wait it out and see how things work, and then when you're ready to give him the pussy, then you give him the pussy?
If I want to fuck on the first night, I just want to fuck. But if I'm interested, I want to see if he's willing to wait as well as I'm willing to wait because it makes it better. I actually just went through this. It's kind of weird.
Oh shit. Okay.
That ass. I
Now,
waited with the last person I was in a relationship with.
now, what if he's interested in you, but he still want to, test the water to see what that thing do? I
Then
mean,
you guys have
are
that
you down?
adult
Are you
conversation. You know, you have feelings. I like you. I dig you. You know, let's do this thing and whatever. It's the same thing either way. Some people just want to fuck. Just keep it funky. That's all.
okay? Oh, I respect that. I like that. I thank you for your commentary. It's a bunch of brothers here on the line. We just trying to get a perspective, and coming from a woman, you the shit, girl.
Thank you.
All right,
I love
babe.
you so
Hey,
You have a good
much.
night.
I like Ashley
I'm
right
back,
there.
girl.
See, hey,
Yeah.
how old was Ashley? Big Mac.
Ashley, how old are you, Ashley?
I'm 29.
She's
I've
29.
been married for
Okay.
8 years,
Married
separated for 4.
married for 8 years, separated for 4. Okay. All right.
Hey, look, I give kudos to her. Now, look, that's a grown woman right there. See, I hate when these chicks come on here talking about I'm a grown woman. I said, man, I can still smell the piss coming out your panties, girl, and you are over 40. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Yeah.
she kept it a buck though, man. You gotta be mode one, bro. You gotta be. Here's what me and Mel. Me and Mel stay on them with the mode one. That girl, women will tell you straight up they prefer it. I remember what was it, man? I found out Mrs. MBD, she was up there all over Alan Roger Curry channel. And I'm like, where y'all women go over there? She told me, she's like, we prefer that. She's like, why you think I'm with you?
Yeah, man. I used to be a former dice guy. Now look, when I got to the square world, I tried to reinvent myself, try to pattern myself after I thought was society expectation of what a good man or a real man supposed to be. But once I started to go back into my old ways a little bit, I started noticing something. I was like, hold on. I thought y'all respect dudes that basically, say tell you good things, want to take you out to places, all that good stuff. Hell, I ain't talked to you for a whole entire week. I'm getting better treatment on you now than I did before then. Why is that? Well, you gotta make us earn something. You can't just be giving us anything because we don't know what you're giving us for. And
Uh-oh.
I had to sit back. I say, explain. She say, well, what did God make us in the beginning? Then this came from a woman. She said, y'all supposed to be a help me. Bingo. So what? Technically, what we are, employee. Yeah. Okay then. So why, if you try to treat me like a prize and not put me to work, I'm gonna treat you like the worker, and I'm gonna be your boss. That's why I had dropped that good boy act and I had to go back to my old ways. I adjusted just a little bit to be out here in civil society so I won't get locked up, but I have to go back to some of my old ways because it works.
Hey, and I'll tell you this, man, is
Hey,
why,
look.
you know, I love, oh,
Hey,
my bad.
fellas. Hey, fellas. I got a boogie on out because I got a little something I got to take care of tonight with somebody. But hey, it's a pleasure talking with y'all, brother Leon. I thank you for bringing me on. But I gotta go be a hoe for the night, so I'll let y'all.
All right, brother Matt.
Hey,
Hey,
no
I'll
doubt,
put
bro.
the link
And,
out.
and I gotta
Come to
go too.
next
I gotta
week's
get back to
show.
work.
Come to next week's show. All right, salute.
Yeah, I gotta go too. 411. I gotta get back to work and everything. But continue doing what you're doing. Y'all support this channel and everything. I see you supporting mine. See me with the likes and everything. I thank you for that, bro. Keep doing your thing, and hopefully I can go ahead hop on here next week. I'll probably be off.
Here.
Hopefully.
Yes, sir.
All right. Salute, y'all.
Salute. Got Tampa Supreme in the
Salute.
building. Salute, my brother. Got Tampa Supreme in the building. He said, women that smash on the first night are a blessing. You guys, wow. Yeah.
It's and it's they talk about Coach Greg Adams, man, did a stream yesterday talking about choosing signals, and when you get that look, when she gave you that look on day one, when you meet her, you already know, man, it's a wrap. Don't wait, just go in for the kill, see what happened, and I'm just saying though, y'all can take my advice and y'all can do what you want, but I don't give this advice on my channel.
Well, I know Tampa Supreme says be mode one, and my brother Matt calls it one thing. I call it smash and dash. He calls it pump and dump. Wow.
Yeah, beat and skeet.
There you go. But yeah.
Well, I will say this, man, and this is one thing about being like I say, man, I'm a traditional conservative brother at the end of the day, the way I was raised. But at the same time, I got that old freaking pimp blood my oldest brother put into me. The way he ran game back in the day. And at the same time being mode one, it's like I tell cats, I watch dudes over there, in the manosphere just then they go in on us conservative brothers, and I try to tell them, and I'll keep it PG. And I'm like, y'all do know, right, that they still want to smash dudes like me, regardless. Like, they tell y'all all this stuff, all this victimhood. Oh, I want to be this, be that, and the other. But at the end of the day, they dream of having a conservative brother that would tell them to shut the hell up and put them in check.
Well, yeah, conservatism's, straight up. Hey, I just dropped the link. Anybody else want to get up on the panel? I got my boy GK up. Again, I got little big Nate in the building. Hey, come on up. I got Theo. Come on up if you'd like. I got enough room for everybody. I just dropped the link. Hit the Cash App, like, share, and subscribe to the 401 Talk Zone radio show. Shout out to Trey. He's on the panel. In the chat, if you know the link to his channel and Big Nate's channel, put it in the chat so we can support their channels. But we're just having some random talk, going over my rules of dating here, and want your perspective. I'm going to go ahead and read number 54, because 54 is very important. We've talked about this here in the black area. I'm just going to say this. 54, beware of the single mother, religious, educated, and career women. And I say that because these women are judgmental and hypocritical. These women won't have any allegiance to the relationship because their allies will always be their job, their preacher. And also, these women overpraise themselves because of their credentials. And what I'm talking about is you will get somebody who's gotten a degree, they have a good job, and they think that's who they are instead of looking at who they really are through their characteristics or their personality. What say you, Brother Trey, on it? And anybody else, come up on a panel. Let's discuss this.
All right, this is gonna be a little controversial.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna keep it PG. I'm not gonna use any foul, crass language. I say, right off the rip, try to avoid these women. But I know, man, it's 2021, and if you staying here in the United States of America, the Matrix, you're gonna end up dealing with these type of women. So if you're gonna deal with them,
they're further than the U.S. I just want to throw that in there.
Go ahead, brother.
if you deal with them, fellas, and it's just my advice to y'all can take it or leave it. You have to break them down and degrade them. You have to degrade them to the point where they, are worthless. And they look at you as you are God. You are freaking, well, next to God. God, man, woman, and child. You have to break them down and get all of that feminism, get all of that zaddyism, get it all out of their system and make them feel as if they're worthless. And the only way for them for redemption is to come back through you. I did some pimp shit, y'all. So I'm just telling you that's the only way you're going to win with one of these type of chicks.
What would you say about that guy, Brother Kane?
I'm just gonna say that looking at number 54, that's all of them though. Like if you scroll back up to 54,
sure,
that's pretty much every woman in the black community that you're saying beware. That's pretty much every one of them. I don't. Where are the rest of them at? Where are the women who are not single mothers, religious, educated, career women?
Hey, I call them the elusive 9%ers. That's what I call them.
Yeah,
non-percenters.
yeah, Brother GK. He has the 91.9. He says 9% of them are good. And he came up. If you hear the term 304 going around, Brother Trey came up with that term.
Oh no, I was a 304. I got Coach Greg Adams. I'm the one that started using the 91%ers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I say stay away from them 91%ers. But if you that's what I say. What I just gave y'all is how you have to deal with 91%ers. If you really want a relationship with them and you got to have one that bad, bro, you have to basically treat them like a dog. Make them like in what J Balvin's video where he got the chick in the doghouse eating out the bowl. I mean, I know it's controversial, but I'm just keeping it a buck. If you want a successful relationship in the community where you ain't got to deal with Keisha's BS.
I agree. I agree. I just want to throw in that goes further than this U.S. though. It's all over the world. I'm in a lot of third world countries all the time, and I'm beginning to learn that it's the same thing.
Yeah,
you'll be surprised.
Yeah, you told me about that last week, but before we get on to that, let me get the number 55 right quick while I have it up. And this deals with the social media because you got a number of them on, and it's going to come back again on different social media sites. But what if they're constantly on Facebook, Instagram, or any other social sites, so she can basically throw all her business out there? Would you deal with that individual? Because you got a number of them that will throw their business out there on Facebook and Instagram. Some of them have become Instagram models. How would you deal with that?
I asked them to get off of those sites if they're going to be serious with me, and if they're not willing to get off, we can't be serious.
Right.
Well, me, my bad.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm finished. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't mind, man, as long as if they posting wholesome pictures of kids gardening, doing some like womanly stuff, if they're networking, in women's group like the Transform Wife, if they're over there, getting into it with other traditional women, doing their whole woman sphere stuff and that type of thing, and they're posting classy pictures, cool. I have no issue with it, but this is my thing is that, okay, if you want to take it a step further, you crossing that line and there's no coming back from that.
Oh,
absolutely.
That's facts.
Yeah, because I know, man, this is why I say, man, 10 years ago, I would have said otherwise. But today, you can't help it in 2021. We're going to this whole metaverse digital world. And the same way that we're communicating with other like-minded traditional brothers is that traditional women, at this point, they have to go out and find each other because they're like scorned, just for wanting to keep their legs closed and not be fat.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna move on to number 56. Okay. This is something that we've all have run into if you're over the age of 30. 56. Don't date a woman if she says you have to accept her children and grandchildren because you didn't make those children. If she has children and grandchildren who are disrespectful, then those children and grandchildren will disrespect you. In other words, if her children and grandchildren are disrespecting her, they're going to do the same thing to you. But she still wants you to accept her children and grandchildren. I don't believe you should. You weren't there. There is no package deal. You didn't sign up for it. What say you?
I have not dated a single mother in quite some time. I don't plan on ever doing it again.
Now, what happened when you did it?
You say what happened when I did?
Yeah.
You know, their children gonna come first. That's how it is. And some of them weren't terrible. I'll be honest. There were some single mothers that were not terrible women. But at the end of the day, that's another man's sperm. You know, it's another man's sperm. I'm not into it. That was younger me.
Yeah, and I'll say this, man. If you're an older cat, you know, two choice, man. Because you know the younger dudes, I say, man, no stepdaddyism. But the young dudes, don't do it. But if you're an older dude, you know, like our age, 411, I just say, if a chick got kids, they better be grown. Don't deal with them unless her kids are grown, because you know, trying to deal with like teenagers, tweenagers, whatever you call them, 13 and up. No, that's a battle. And then if they're younger than that, you know, you're trying to, you know, you in the prime of your life. You ain't trying to deal with that aspect and deal with a woman who still has those attachments. So if her kids are grown, they can support themselves. Cool. Y'all go off and do your thing. Them kids, they got to understand, hey, mama got a new man. I got to live my life. And so I say, if you're going to do it, because, you know, a lot of us older brothers, man, we ain't trying to deal with like a little 18-year-old and like, hey, girl, here, go play with this, go suck on a lollipop and go play some Fortnite. I'm busy. No, man, you know, a lot of cats ain't, but
I'd say they got to be grown and gone, because they're living in the same house, because you have a number of them. They're not paying any rent. They're using the gas up. They're eating the food. I know, because, all right, my brother he's 54 years old, and he was living with my mother. And, you know, when me and my mother had conversations, she said she had to put him out. I'm like, well, he's 50 something years old, because he wasn't doing anything. I'm like, he's too old to be living at mom's house. So it happens. And you have a lot of grown kids living at home, and what are they doing? They're playing PlayStation, and they're lazy. And then you got the women, and I call them sister daughters, because some of these mothers are actually, and that'll come up in later rules, but some of these mothers are using their children so they won't have a man. They are.
Man, don't get into one of them relationships with a mother-daughter, sister-daughter thing, because, man, they're going to get to fighting over you, because the daughter will try to smash you. The daughter will put it out there. You be in there you be sitting down doing your work for the evening, daughter come out like half naked. Hey, you're like, what the hell?
But if that daughter doesn't like you, she can also snitch on you, say you touched her as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me too, you and shit. But this is what I will say, because there's a lot of cats out there, you know, my passport bros that, you know, got with single moms from overseas. And, you know, my man Pablo Frescobar is one of them. If you get out, it's just like here. You got to get out the cities when you go overseas. You got to find a country girl, you know, who may be a widower, who may have just got with the wrong dude and just has those values to him still. And it's got to take some serious vetting, and don't do it if you don't know the language. I gotta say.
You know, that's funny that you say that.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, I said, and brother Guy King, you notice I've always said find a country girl. I've always said that too. Well,
yeah, it definitely applies overseas for sure.
Well, moving on to number 57, and this was something that, like I said, some of these rules I made are old, but they still apply. So I want to know what you guys think. Don't date a woman who doesn't have a car, job, and retirement income, or a place to live. Why? Because she's supposed to be an adult. Adults have responsibilities. She must be able to meet you halfway. It's not your job as a man to do everything. How would you all handle that issue?
I understand what you're saying, and I think it's true pertaining to women of a certain age. But because I deal with younger ones,
Okay.
this wouldn't apply to this wouldn't apply to me. But I do get it. I get the point. I don't deal with women over 23 anymore. So, but yeah, if it was 30, 35, I get it.
Well,
That's a
Yeah.
you know why I said that, Brother King? I said that because one thing that we don't do as men, but and women do, women will tell you in a heartbeat. They're not if you don't have a car, money, your own, they're not going to date you. Well, that was then. Nowadays, these broke dudes are dating educated women. But I always say, okay,
It depends on what she has.
okay,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say it depends because a lot of the women that have their own, they prefer a dude that does not because they're trying to control him. You know
I
all
agree
about
with
that.
that.
I've talked about it on my channel a few times, but they want a guy who does not have. So it depends on the woman. The women that are demanding he has something, those are usually your broke chicks. You know.
Yeah, and my thoughts on this, man, is I believe the same way with the younger women. Yeah, it doesn't really apply. You just, you want that woman that you can mold into, into being a good housewife helpmate. But for the older women, the reason why, I would look for these things in a woman you describe for one is that she can take care of herself. She can sustain a house. She can, work with me in the business. Work for me in the business, not with me. She can balance a budget, what they say, balance a checkbook, how we used to say back in the day. She can make sure the bills are paid on time. We out there slaying dragons. I got to make sure you keep the lights on, make sure you ain't got no spoiled food all up in the refrigerator. Make sure you can make us some nice healthy meals out here where we ain't eating garbage. I need all those things. You got time management skills, freaking personal hygiene, all that stuff. And by seeing that, okay, say if you're a widower or you're a divorcee who just went through the ringer, I need to be able to see that after that divorce or after your previous husband passed away, that you can maintain life. You just didn't fold and turn into an older ratchet. Now, an older baby mama? Oh no, hell no.
Yeah, that's definitely facts. And number 58, uh, don't date her if you say no and you get a reaction of immaturity and shaming because you made a decision to what is best for the relationship. Example, spending. Now, let me elaborate on that. If you come to a decision, and I put spending in there because a number of women are bad money managers. So if you have a decision and you make a decision for her to, hey, look, manage your money, and she shames you because you said no, because a number of women don't want you to tell them no, what would you do about that? I wouldn't deal with a person like that because she's already coming in with a hidden agenda.
Oh, I say it like this 411, and like, bro, we didn't have some knockdown, drawdowns in my house over this, man. And well, one-sided, I'm glad this truck is real big. Mississippi D can't reach me while she's driving. But bro, this is as a man what you have to be able to do. No matter how much it hurts her feelings, you got to be able to say no. I mean, you're gonna crush her. She's gonna pout, cry, whine, but that decision you just made is for the best of y'all. Because 5 months from now, she's gonna come back and thank you because you said no to making that frivolous ass purchase.
What say you, Brother King, on that issue?
Yeah, I agree. She'll respect you even though she may not like you. And I think it's better for her to respect you than to like you. So I agree with what he's saying.
Oh, I agree. Now, I believe we will all agree with number 59. Don't date a woman who is a feminist or misandrist. Why? Because she will ruin your life because that ideology of feminism is destructive to a relationship.
Yeah, but that's almost all of them now. And
Wow.
I'm not
Elaborate
saying
on that.
all of I'm not saying all of them will call themselves a feminist. They're not going to say it, but they all believe in feminist ideology. Almost all of them. And I'm not just talking about black women, and I'm not just talking about American.
Yeah, I'm with you. And it takes, and this is why, I default, conservative women, because it's easier to shake the feminism out of them because they'll beat. I got into it with Alice, awesome Alice on this. I was like, man, you a conservative feminist because, it's when they say, white women do it too. I said conservative women do it too. Because, like I said, for them, no, it's easier to shake that feminism out of them. But like my man said, it's 2021, and you're gonna have to deal with it regardless now.
Got my man Free Zone Lou in the building.
Man, 411, what's poppin', man? What's poppin', Trey? What's poppin', Sigma? The fellas.
What
How
it
y'all
do?
doing?
Hey, what's up?
All
Chilling,
right,
chilling.
Good, good.
Nick of time, brother. What say you on this women being feminists and misandrous, bro?
You can't do it, man. You can't do it. It's this brand of feminism is just sick, man. Like ultimately, at the end of the day, whether she understands the concepts of feminism or not, a lot of women that are indoctrinated with that, they want to either lead from the front outright or they want to lead from the back, and both of those are a no. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to look at your woman in the face. You got to be able to check her if she needs to be checked, and she got to be able to be willing to be checked. And if that's not the case, then that's not a relationship that should be. Simple
Man,
as
that's
that.
important what you said. You said about leading from the back. They want a boss from the bottom. That's big time right there.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. There's women that'll go into a relationship already knowing the direction that they want to go. They're just looking for a man that agrees with that direction. And you know what I'm saying? And it's not as obvious as, of course, like her just running the whole thing hook, line, and sinker. But a lot of men fall for that. And then when they decide that they do want to become, man up or say something that's contradicting to where she wants to go, she's out of there. And if you marry her, that's that 70%, of females wanting divorce.
Yeah, and I tell these women out here, man, like I do give them a little bit of advice. If you want, I tell women, you want to lead your relationship, lead into your femininity, lean into it hard. That man, it ain't gonna be the type of leading you think it is, but that man will climb freaking mountains for you. He will, he can be the type of dude to fight off the barbarians for you. Yes, you're gonna have to deal with his asshole side, his, mean side, his, that side. But at the end of the day, your femininity will when he walks through that door at the end of the day, your femininity will break all that. And then, yeah, you will have that control in your house, but not the kind, they believe. They believe, I can tell him, direct him. No, the leadership you want is being able, but having that man's love and protection. And that takes femininity because, it's just like them resenting us. When you're with a feminist, over time, you're going to start resenting that shit and you're going to be like, man, I hate this bitch. Man, I'm going to stay out at the bar. I'm going to go drink tonight. I'm going to go hang with the fellas. I just don't want to go home.
Yeah.
Speak on it.
And you know what? Those MGTOW, men going their own way, a lot of that has to do with that. Like, yo, you picked a out of control chick that made you think she wasn't. You missed the signs, however. Like a lot of these MGTOW guys just don't understand women. And if you don't understand women, you can't really not like them if you don't understand them, because that means all the issues are with you.
Hey, Leon, could I ask you to scroll back to 55 one more time?
Sure.
Forgive me.
That's okay.
I wanted to say one. I think is it 55? No, it's 56. It's 56.
56. Okay.
Isn't it amazing that
yes, sir,
the women that want to force you to accept their children, they don't want to accept your other women?
Or
Now
they
they're
don't
bringing in. They're bringing in
Look at-
children from another man for you to accept, but they don't want to accept you having other women in your life. That's amazing to me.
Come on, man.
or they don't want to.
Or
Let's
they,
say you have a child, because I
Yep.
believe there
Yeah.
was, I think Ringo had a video on, and this woman, and brother Nate, shout out to him, he had that same video on. The man had one child. I believe she was from New Orleans. We all saw that. She had one child. He had one child. And she had 5, and she said that man had too many children.
See? So
Yeah.
we're supposed to accept these other men's sperm in our lives, huh?
Made absolutely no sense.
Yeah, and
But they
this
can't
is
accept, accept other women in our life.
and this is
Wow.
one thing, man, I loved about Haiti. And in Haiti, they had a rule, and it's the same way in DR too. If a man has a relationship outside the marriage and has a child, man, the wife goes to the mistress, gets that child, and the wife and raises that child. The mistress don't say whatsoever. That's the culture over there. They just know that men are gonna, they're gonna want a little bit of strange every now and then. They're gonna go off and do their thing. Go get them kids, and them kids get raised just like the rest of the kids in the family. Because, by default, it's a patriarchy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because I know matrilineal families. I actually did a paper on that in my anthropology class. A lot of the women in matrilineal families tend to be more promiscuous as well. I wish I had brought that with me, my textbook. Next time I'll bring that up. But Celine says, and we all say this too, men and women, but women with children out of wedlock should be grateful that they have any man in their life. Agreed.
Facts.
Because
I see Celine. If you go down 2 more comments where she, this is that feminism I tell you in conservative women, where she says men need to stay within their marriage. They don't get it. That they believe that they can operate, that men can operate like them. No, ladies, you don't want your man only looking at you. He gonna get tired of you. Your box gonna get old. Just saying though, there's a reason brothels and have been around since the beginning of time.
That's a fact.
yeah,
It's the biology, man. Like there's no that it. Men and women don't have the same biology, man. It's as simple as that. And there's, that and it makes sense biologically. It makes sense, like just all across the board, man. And it's a hard thing for women to accept. And the even crazier thing about it is that I would say that men have pretty much stayed the same throughout life, throughout the history of, throughout history, and the women change.
Yeah,
Men for the most part have stayed the same. I mean, they've got a little bit more, feminine, but they still, those desires that they want. It's all the same biologically.
yeah, and you can't. And I'll get on Celine real quick. Celine, you can't cherry pick the Bible. It is feminism, because that same Bible, those scriptures, I tell you, don't come on my channel and quote. If you dig a little deeper, there ain't no multiple husband. Well, if they are, when you have situations where women are engaged, in multiple men, God like to, strike those cities down and like send plagues and volcanoes and send them up in flames.
Yes, she also says, Brother Trey, Brother King, when a man swears an oath to be faithful to his spouse, I expect him to take it seriously just as much as the women.
But women don't take it seriously, though. Women don't take it seriously. Women are, 70% of the divorces?
Yeah. A man.
They initiate 70%?
Well, that's true.
What we
So
do, we pledge.
They don't take
Oh, my bad, Kent.
No, I'm just saying they don't take the vow seriously, or they wouldn't be initiating the divorce.
Because dudes don't get it, man. You're pledging your resources to that woman. You're not pledging your dick to that chick. You're pledging your resources, and that you will take care and provide for her and do all those things. You're not saying, oh man, I'm gonna be faithful one woman the rest of my. No, you're not. That's that one-item stuff and get left with it quick. If you don't have any perceived value, meaning other chicks ain't out there checking you out, looking you up and down when y'all out walking around, she gonna lose interest in you. So I'm sorry, Celine. That's that conservative feminism coming out in you.
And you know what? I'll take it even one step further. I think that a woman should be lucky that a man is, if a man is monogamous with you, she should consider that a lucky thing because she doesn't realize the sacrifice that goes into a man being monogamous. That whole, because men are hunters, so that whole hunting mechanism gets put to the side just for you. And I think that sacrifice should be respected. It's not the same for women. You know what I'm saying? A woman can love one person, and that provided that person treats them well the entire life, they might see something, but it's not an urge. You know what I'm saying? It's not it's different. Like if there's a whole saying that if a woman has sex with somebody else, she's already done. Like this relationship is already over, because men and women have sex in different ways for different reasons. I can have sex with a girl and not know her name, not give a damn. If she gets hit by a bus, it means nothing to me. But a woman can't do all of those things. So that respect for a man being monogamous should be respected, because it's not the same thing as a man as it is for a woman.
I totally agree.
Celine says this. Well, when a woman does take it seriously, only looks for gratification from when a woman does take it seriously and only looks for gratification from him, I would be so hurt if I kept myself fit for my husband.
Well,
but men and women are not the same.
Yeah. And I'll give Celine a little bit of advice. Hey, wigs, different outfits, change it up, scenarios. Hey, be that different woman he looking for. Hey, this is more pimp advice, Celine. You know what I'm saying? That red wig, them high heels, switch it up. Next night, them black heels, that blonde platinum wig. Hey, meet him hey, baby, meet me at this bar. You'll see me. And come to that bar, you be in a trench coat with nothing under it. Hey, go outside, smash him in the car. That's how you keep it popping. That's how you keep it exciting.
Yeah, to add to what you're saying, another thing I think a lot of women don't understand is that what they do outside of that sex is just the submission and the serving the man and the good attitude and the being calm and feminine. That plays a big part too. A real big part. I think a lot of women miss that one.
Hey, brother.
Yeah. Hey, one more thing real quick.
Go ahead, Freeze.
That does not mean, and to that point, let me play the opposite side as well. That does not mean that a man can just walk around, that a man should be just walking around fucking everything with no dick discipline whatsoever. Okay, so there's also that balance. Men have a responsibility in that whole department to where it like pretty much don't make her look crazy. Don't make her look bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, be responsible about it. And that's a big part. Like, it's been fucked up because men are doing it wrong. I don't want to say men are cheating wrong because I don't really consider it cheating. But you know what I'm saying? Men are doing it wrong. And so it disrespects the whole process to the point where it's like, damn, I can't even be, yeah, you need to understand this, but I can't even be mad at that because, niggas got the game fucked up.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, man, working in the adult industry, when I was a bouncer at that daggone lifestyle club, seeing the people that I still know today on my old burner Facebook, the ones that stayed together were the ones where the husband was completely open and honest about what he was doing. Those couples are still together today. Them couples that were all loosey-goosey with it, the wives, they were always fighting and stuff like that, wanting to pour their hearts out to me standing at the door, man, they all split up and stuff. And then, of course, they all, riding for you-know-who. But the couples that were based with it and the men were just did their thing. And they were completely honest with their wives about, how they were living. The wives are cool with it. Man, them couples are still together today, strong, business owners. Hey, hit me up. Hey, can I invest in your business?
This might go to you, Brother Trey, because it actually links on to a comment about fit that Celine was talking about. Brother Nate says, especially where the ABW packs on a weight, it's such a violation. Take that issue on.
Well, I say this, man. This is, me and Nate beef all the time, over little
I
things here
know.
and there. But this is where I am lockstep with Nate. If you are fat, you are not feminine. Being fat is the obvious sign that you have no femininity, because you're, like Celine said, a true test of your femininity is staying fit and beautiful for that man who says he is willing to go out and slay dragons for you. That's all I got to say on that one.
And Celine comes back again, even into your old age, a woman should keep herself fit and eat right for her husband. What say you all on that?
Yeah, she's right.
It's funny how she keeps switching. Like, her comments will go from yay, bro, yay, like she's going back. The way her comments, that's a fact. I wonder if the next comment gonna be feminist though.
Yeah. Can I add a note to something Free Zone said a few minutes ago?
Sure, go ahead, Brother King.
Something I don't want us to miss. I think Free Zone, you said you don't think women changed, or you think women changed and men did not, right?
Yes, sir.
I believe actually women did not change. Actually, society changed to basically defend them and protect them and allow them to show us what they already were. I think women have been this way forever, probably, because if you read scriptures and if you read a lot of the old proverbs, there's old African proverbs, there's old Asian proverbs, even Arab proverbs from many, many, many years ago. And they speak on a lot of the stuff that we talk about now. I just think society at one point or another changed to keep women in check. So we may have forgotten what they once were. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they changed.
Yeah, solipsism.
I can rock with that.
Yeah, solipsism is the reason the human species, reason Homo sapiens are the dominant species right now. Because I will give this to women. Their solipsism allowed us basically to beat Homo erectus, Neanderthals, all these other ones out, because Homo sapien women had the ability to adapt. When a neighboring tribe came in and killed all the men, the women knew, okay, I got to go be with my new husband now. Let me shut up.
Right.
And without that, we would have never survived as a species. So they've always been solipsistic. But now 2021, they got it on steroids.
Well, Latin Patriot says an alpha male dedicates his loyalty to his wife and children, but he needs to be able to move on if disastrous events occur, such as wife or child death, always forward. Well,
Yeah, let me read that again.
Yeah,
that was a lot to take in.
Can you all see the comment?
But I would partially agree, but I would say his loyalty does not mean he has to be with only one wife, though.
Yeah, that's loyalty. Like Trey said, loyalty is in resources. Like, if a man is opening up all of his resources to you, he's loyal to you. It doesn't matter what other thing he may have going on. Like, you have access to everything that he owns. All right, so I'm having trouble. I understand half of the comment, and then the other half I don't comprehend.
But even with loyalty, the resources, it doesn't have to be one woman.
Nah. Mm-hmm. And this is where I say, a lot of conservative women be cherry picking the Bible. The parts about, who had the 500 wives? When they get into them stories, I think it was Solomon had the 500 wives.
Yeah, I think
the wisest man in the Bible had 500 wives. What's the lesson?
Yeah. But here's the deal: is that what I'm saying is this. All the different, there's tons of stories in there in the Bible about men with multiple wives, and has a biblical reference. But conservative women try to cherry pick that, like, oh no, I don't want to talk about that part of the Bible. No, that don't exist.
Right. I do find it interesting that the wisest man in the Bible had 500 women. Like that's a crazy connection, like, between the amount of wisdom that one person has and his ability to obtain more women. And he was in favor with the Lord.
Well, on that note, brothers, this goes back to what Brother Trey is saying, talking about resources. Number 60. Don't date a woman if she sees you as a utility. In other words, she is looking for what you can do for her. Remember, men have qualities, character, and emotions as well. Men are humans, not ATM machines. That's a fact.
I think it depends. I think it depends on what she's willing to do in return. Now, I'm not saying I want to be used as a utility per se, but I understand everybody has their needs. If she's
Right.
seeing me for what I'm useful for, then I need to see what she's useful for. If we agree on it, I guess it works.
Yeah. If I'm a utility to you, you must give yourself to me. With like hands down, wholeheartedly. There is no if and but nah. If I'm gonna go out there, like I said, fight the saber-toothed tiger off, with my billy club, and come bring him back to the cave with good tiger meat. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no yap. I want to come in the house at the end of the night and be able to sit down, just eat my meal, and just with clear thought. And when I lay it down, hey, you
Isn't it
best be getting
amazing how
popping
they
too.
can't understand that?
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing?
Man.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? A woman, you will
You
have,
would think
you can get that
they'd
Gucci
understand.
bag. Yeah, you'll get that Gucci bag, that Mercedes, whatever you want. If you just give that man some peace and quiet, a good meal, and freaking get it popping when the lights go out.
That, you know what? That's actually true. That is, I knew that was coming up. That's when I did my analysis on that and wrote that up. That's what I had in mind. Men don't want too much. We're not very demanding, but that's true. That's true. And this,
Yeah.
well, this goes back to number 61 now.
Hey,
Nope.
before you do that, can I
Go ahead,
say
brother
something?
Free-Zone. Sure, go ahead.
Hey, this is why my favorite videos that I've been watching lately is when a man asks a woman, "What do you bring to the table?" And every time the woman just flails because she doesn't have an answer for it.
Yeah.
It's so funny, and half of them don't even try to think about it. They go, "How dare you ask me that question?" Like, what do you mean? You're here to extract resources from me, but I can't ask you what you bring to the table that's worthy of these resources?
No, women think they are the table.
They built this table.
Oh, what you mean? You want your own personal porn star? Yes.
Absolute every time.
Now, number 61 goes into something different. This talks about if you've been dating her for a little bit, and then she starts to deny you sex again after you have begun to know each other. And what I said is a number of women must understand that sex or sexual intercourse is part of a relationship, and something I know, brother King, you and I talked about this on your panel and on the phone. Women want it just as much as we do. Now, there are some exceptions that she may not want it if she is actually sick, something like that. But
Can I
go ahead, brother.
speak on that?
Yeah, because you and I discussed
I
this.
think, now as I'm looking at it on your screen, something just clicked with me. I think it could be a mistake. I think that women do want it as much, but they do not want it as often as us.
You know what?
So when they want it, they want it as much or even more than us, but they don't want it as often as we do. That's the way it seems to me.
Somebody else want to chime in? I mean, taking all.
But I agree with the rest of it, and I think the first time a woman denies you sex, I think the relationship is over.
Yeah, there better be a real good, legitimate reason. And we know sickness, like exhaustion from taking care of the kids or taking care of the house. Cool, I get it. But if you've been sitting around chilling all day watching novellas, nah, I don't think so. But this is where how I became Team Maria, because man, I'm a hypersexual dude. I mean, I love every aspect, sex and this, that, and the other. I mean, I'm the type of guy, I don't watch porn to get off. I watch porn taking notes. Like, oh man, I'm gonna go back with one woman and try this later. I'm that type of guy. And so I realized that I met my match in Team Maria. I be telling them, bro, man, the Latinas, you got to be careful, because some of them, you be looking in the mirror like you need to go take a shower after the fact. Like, what just happened to me? What did she just do to me? And I warn brothers all the time about this aspect. When you go down south, these Hispanic countries where girls make maybe $50 a month, and it's either make that 50 or die. Like, they will put it on you like no other. And you got to understand the difference between them putting it on you, to lock you in, or them putting it on you is genuine desire.
Yeah, Nate says
Yes,
they call you broke if you don't have anything. Going back to the table issue, they expect us to bring everything.
I've had women call me broke that knew I wasn't. Call you broke and refuse to spend money on them. I've had women, they've seen everything I have. They know everything, but they'll say you broke. But they couldn't control your finances.
Right. Now, brother,
if she can't control your finances don't mean anything to her.
That's true. That's true. Brother Theo says almost always it's zero. She brings debt, misery, and death.
Hey, I say this: bring a slim waist, nice booty, submission, and some femininity. Hey, and know how to hook a steak up. We can talk.
Facts. And so when I'm gonna look into the Solomon thing, because you might be right on that. I'm willing to cede you that point.
Yeah, if you look that up, Free Zone, and bring it to the next conversation we had, because
I got you. No, because when somebody gives me pushback,
and I'll ask
when somebody
told me Gene about that, because I am not an expert on the Bible. I mean, I'm not.
Right. Because I'll keep it short. I know I do recall that Solomon died a miserable man, but over the span of time, he was placed in the same, let's say, status as like a David, Jesus Christ. So, you know what I'm saying? I want to look more into it, and I want to get back to you on that, because I don't want to say anything wrong.
I'll keep it a buck. If you got 500 wives, chances are a bunch of them are gonna be ratchets. Just rolling the dice.
Yeah.
That's half of TikTok right there.
Yeah, if you get two or three,
that's a chunk of TikTok.
Yeah, 2 or 3 good ones, Solomon would have been straight. But 500, nah.
Well, let me move on to number 62. Might be able to see it, might not, because this header is covering it up. Some of the words. Well, don't date a woman who doesn't give you compliments such as you look handsome and smell good. And I say that because men give women compliments all the time, but women don't want to reciprocate with compliments for men. What say you all?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. I mean, my self-esteem doesn't come from women's confidence, but I get your point on here. Yeah. Because she's probably looking at it like you're a threat to her. She's looking at it like you're competition to her if she does not compliment you.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it like this too, man. Women are gonna try and fatten you up to make you as least attractive as possible to their competition. If the resources is popping, yeah, they're gonna try and fatten you up for the kill. And so, I mean, really, I mean, validation, all right, cool. Compliment, I'd rather have compliments on what I'm doing work wise, business wise, than, you know, how I look or smell. I mean, it feels good, but to me, I I need to be complimenting you on your size. I need to be complimenting you on that slim waist, how you fitting in that tight red dress. I'm more interested. That's what I want to compliment you on. If I'm not, if I ain't complimenting you on that, hey girl, you better get it right. You better go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and going
I
back
think
to the table.
feminists.
Go ahead,
I'm
bro.
sorry.
Go ahead, bro.
I think feminists. Remember, I said earlier, most women are feminists. Even if they don't call themselves feminist. So I think a lot of women do not want to compliment you because they're competing with you. That's what feminists do, compete with you. So she can't tell you when you're doing good. You're the competition.
That's true, because it goes back to the table issue. And Brother Nate had put an African lady on, and she was a feminist, and she's thinking that a man should never ask a woman what you bring to the table, because what you get, you're gonna get some shame, and women get angry, and that is, and a lot of feminists are delusional as well. They're delusional. They are. They want equality on one hand, but they want men to be traditional on the other hand. Those two are mutually exclusive.
Absolutely.
There's no way that works. Coming up to the panel, my man Osama. What's going on, bro? You there? We'll get back to him. All right, Brother Trey, but this is for all the brothers on the panel. We mentioned about cooking. All right. Well, before I get to 64, let me do 63. Don't date a woman who tries to emasculate you. She makes you feel less of a man because you're not giving her what she wants when she wants it. What say you all?
Yeah, that goes without saying. But that's back to what I
Yeah,
said about feminists wanting to compete with you. Any woman trying to
that's it.
emasculate you, she's a feminist at heart and she sees you as competition. That's it.
No man wants to compete with his woman. No man wants to go out in the world and kill it all fucking day to come home to also have to kill it with his woman because she's trying to compete with him.
Yeah, she's jealous. If she's trying to emasculate you, she's jealous in some form.
Yeah,
So that means she's
and that
not with
is,
you.
and
Because
that
she
is
wants your
like,
spot.
Yeah, go ahead, Brother Trey.
I will say this, man. If she tries to emasculate you, that's when all that pimp stuff I said before, how you got to make her feel lower than dirt. Yeah, you know, first time, hey girl, hey, don't do that. Second time, I warned you. Third time she tried to do it, and this if you in an LTR or a marriage, then you got to go nuclear on her. You got to put her, you know what I'm saying, below the ground. Not literally. I'm saying you got to make her feel lower than dirt. And you really got to break her back down. And you got to start break her down as a pimp would do and build her right back up and show her that, like, look, if you ever try to emasculate me again, you be like, what's that Orange Juice Jones? He'd be like, even without me, like cornflake without the milk. Give me all that shit I bought you. All that alley cat hush puppy wearing. Hey, send her ass right back out into the streets. If yeah, you give her a couple chances and they try that shit again, bro, you got to cut them. No questions asked.
For more information, please view Pimps Up, Hoes Down. It's a great movie for this. The Mac. You know what I'm saying? If anybody know Patrice O'Neal, he'll teach you how to be a square pimp in your relationship. That was before all of this, you know, all of the manosphere. He's like one of the originals. Pimps Up, Hoes Down, man. There's if you could find a pimp, ask him, sit him down, ask him some questions. Pimps will be happy to oblige. Like, they have the knowledge. You don't get a whole bunch of women to pay you money without having some understanding of how women work. So there's practical keys there. You don't have to do the whole pimping thing, but you could take some keys from a pimp.
Can anybody see that comment? Latin Patriot wrote it. she's addressing brother Nate here. I think it's very important for a man to know what a woman will bring to the table. I wouldn't want my sons to go with a ratchet witch that will use and abuse the situations. That's facts. That's facts. I mean, and we men need to find out because a number of individuals who've been used up think all they have to bring up is that slit between their legs. That's all, and that's the problem. And too many simps have fallen for the bait, and a number of women, particularly if they have ridden the CC and they have high mileage, think all men are going to fall for that. Therefore, they believe they don't have to bring anything to the table but their body. What say you all?
Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. I see a lot of, especially in the black community, a lot of women, they believe that black men are dating out with Maria and Becky based on looks and sex. They don't understand that there's a whole lot more to it. So I definitely agree with what you just said. It's a whole lot more to why black men are dating out.
Oh, well, absolutely. And speaking of the table, this gets into what Brother Trey was talking about. Number 64, don't date a woman who cannot cook or clean. Today's women believe that domestic chores are beneath them. So as a man, if you've done it, you've lived alone as a man, you should know how to do domestic chores as well, because a relationship is a give and take. Now, that's what I examine. It is a give and take. And the reason why I said domestic chores a man should be able to do, because he's got to take care of himself. But what about if a woman can't cook or clean?
Well, if we living together, or LTR, like married cats out there, all right, if you got the resources, hire Lupita, a fine ass Lupita maid or chick to come by and clean. Hey, take good care of her. And you know what, ladies, trust me, your man gonna be smashing Lupita before it's all over with. That's simple.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
I got Brother Assam in the building. What's going on? Can you hear us?
Hey, Leon, I don't think men should be doing any domestic work if he's doing the paying the bills. If the bills are not shared, she needs to handle everything in the house, 100%. Unless it's something she doesn't like, plumbing or something. But normal domestic, 100% on the woman if the man's paying the bills.
Well, I agree with that because Brother Nate asking women what they can bring to the table forces them to take men and relationships more serious. I agree, 100% facts. And like I said, I'm hoping Brother Nate gets right up here on this panel so I can hear what he has to say about that. But men should start asking women. I mean, I know Alan Roger Curry wrote Mode 1, but I always say common sense as well. If you're going to be involved, you should not believe that you are the one who's giving her everything. This goes by the first rule. If you're doing everything, you're putting her on the pedestal. That's rule number one. You don't even do that at all.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question?
Yes, go ahead, bro.
Have y'all seen this episode of Wife Swap where they swap like a Becky with a Strag?
The firefighter chick?
Dude, yes.
Yep. The country white lady with the biker with the firefighter chick.
Yeah. It was the traditional woman. The woman, Becky cooked, cleaned, she did all of that. The man went to work, and and I forgot their names, but the Strag didn't cook. She didn't do nothing. She just went to work and made money. And when they swapped, you have to go watch it. You really do, because it speaks to this point.
But that was the deal where she was fun. She was a firefighter. She was fun. Man, she was like a 9 on the Kevin Samuel scale.
Wow.
And yeah, but like total feminist, total like, none. And the husband, man, brother, he was a mago. Man, he was amazed when this, traditional Becky came in, cooking every meal, taking care of the kids, doing all the cleaning.
Yeah, but that's just made for TV because Becky's don't even do that no more. Ask the white boys.
Hold on, man. That's something to do, man. I got my homies out in MAGA country, man. They living good. They living good. They don't. I got some base guys that don't fuck around.
Yeah, and men doing everything like Brother Nate said. That's slavery. And again, just like Sergeant Willie Pete used to say, and well, I hate using the word our community, but a number of ABWs, they want the man to build and maintain the infrastructure while they control it. So they want shadow labor from the man, but they want to lead without doing anything. So they want
absolutely
something. No.
Hey, it's like that question that's going around on Facebook, that I brought up with Free Zone last night. Is that you ask a woman in a family, a man, woman, and kids, and you ask that woman, hey, you making a meal for the family, who gets a plate first? And just watch what they say.
They say the kids first, right?
Oh, my kids first. And then, MAGA will come behind, man, my kid eat before anything. My kid gonna eat. I gotta starve my kid. And they don't even understand it. Is that if your wife ain't putting that plate in front of you first, then all that, that God, man, woman, child is out the book. And at that point, she sees you as a little bitch at that point. And you're subservient to her now, if that's your philosophy.
Hey, some of them go the extra mile and say, my man has legs, he can go up there and get it himself.
Yeah.
Hey, I will tell you this. Hey, Free Zone, it was funny, man. When I went to see Triple G fight at one of Mrs. MED's homegirls' crib, yeah, it was a whole bunch of like Mexican chicks she knows, don't hang around, but it was maybe like 5, Mexican spouses, her, and this one black couple, my homeboy. Before the fight, everybody got up to make their man a plate. And I see my boy get up. He goes up there, hey baby, what you want? Yeah, you better put me some of that on this plate. Give me some of that too. Big old fat scrag. And like all the freaking, Mexican chicks, Mississippi D are just looking like, and shaking their head. And he like, oh, hey baby, what else you want, baby? What else? I'm like, damn, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. It's a fact.
Just like brother Nate said too, going back to, it's a big piece of chicken too much to ask for.
And the women will try to hog the big piece of chicken.
There was I'm glad you said that, brother Free Zone, because I think Tommy had it. There was a news clip that came out of here in Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana. One and it happened to be some African American women. One African American woman stabbed another African American woman over the last piece of chicken at a cookout. That's crazy. Over a piece of chicken. So you do get some of these individuals out there who are absolutely crazy, deranged over a piece of chicken. But yeah, piece of chicken is not too much to ask for. I know where Brother Nate was going with that. Let me move on to number 65. Now this is an old one, but it still happens. 65 rather. If you meet a woman online and both of you show interest in each other, don't date her if she continues to go online, because in the end she believes that she can find someone better. Realistically, she has no intent of meeting anyone else. She's just online to get attention, or she may be in a relationship already. So look at her actions.
Yeah. Facts. Facts,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
but women online are all for pump and dump anyway, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
What
it is what it
value do
is,
not
man.
need to be on the internet.
That's the open market, man, out there online game. I mean, shoot, you just trying to get your rocks off, have at it. I mean, some guys find a unicorn up there, because even the unicorns, I'll tell you, because what they'll do is their friends will get in their ears. Girl, you better get online. I meet these guys online. They'll have me cash apping them. These dudes be cash apping me, girl. You better give me your phone, girl. I'll make you a profile. And you like I said, some dudes have gotten lucky online. So, but the same rules apply. Once you meet them, if y'all want to proceed further, hey girl, hey, you can keep that Facebook and Instagram, but hey, that Bumble, that Tinder, that Plenty of Fish, Black Planet, hey, that shit gotta go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, women who have value, they don't need to be on dating sites. They meet enough men in real life.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, the funny thing about a lot of all this social media, you have a number of guys who are sending money to these women. So even on sites like Plenty of Fish too, Plenty of Fish is you got individuals whoring themselves out because it's they always find a way to use their body to make money because some of them don't really want to work. And Brother Nate says in social media, what percent of American women would be satisfied with the attention from the man they're involved with? He says very few. Facts.
Very few.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, less
I
than
mean,
1%.
and you gotta understand it. Women need validation. They need it. And that's why I say, it's 2021. But that's where, how how much of an asshole you are. There's a reason asshole game works. They love it. They don't want no freaking dude to bend over backwards for them. They want an asshole. And if you want a freaking baby, but she gonna look for that next asshole.
That's it. They're
Yeah.
used to Simp City.
Well,
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
it. It's
Yeah,
And
that's
that's one thing I
that.
wanted to say too. For one, is that my man said a lot of these women are getting approached all the time in public, but men, like base dudes, ain't doing it because of this whole Me Too shit. It ain't worth it out here. Go up here like, oh man, if she ain't throwing crazy ass choosing signals, with the googly eyes, man, I ain't approaching no chick out here if I was a single dude. Man, rape, help, sipping forces, come rescue me. Nah, I ain't worth it out here in 2021 for all that.
no, because you know what you're getting, bud. It's just like a car, man. Got a lot of mileage on it. It's going to be bad. And let me see what Celine says. Who even knows if these women supposedly are actually women? Yeah, well, yeah, you got some.
It's called pipeline, and Celine, you got a pipeline.
That's a
Facts.
that's a good point. Dre brings it out for like my boy Matt. You gotta get.
His pimping is extraordinaire.
Hey,
His ex pimping. Let's say that ex pimping.
he knows what he's talking about. He's mode one. He's mode one. Mode two square, man. He's high mode. He know. Hey, we got that's why I love being on his and if you can put Trey's channel in the chat, Mr. O's channel, TPOT's channel in the chat. Want to support all these good brothers. Computer robot says if a married man has an affair with his mistress and got her pregnant, do you think it's his responsibility to be in the child's life and pay child support? Oh boy.
Yeah, I brought that up before. Don't pay child support. Go get that kid and raise him. Go
That's
get your
right.
kid. Go get your seed. Go get him.
I agree with that. Because what's going to happen is that kid is not going to be, if it's in her hands, it's not going to be taken care of that great whatsoever, and she's going to try to make your life miserable. Heck, if it's the side piece out there, she may even try to call the wife. I remember I was listening to this show called the Michael Baisden Show. He used to come on. If you know who
I
I'm
remember
talking.
that. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember and Michael Baisden said the man cheated on his wife with the side piece. The wife and the husband got a hotel room, and then the side piece came in and they glued his penis to his stomach. That's what
That's terrible.
It certainly is terrible. And this is why I tell guys, man, have some dick discipline out here. Don't get KO'd like that.
Yeah, that situation should have been a threesome. I'm just keeping it a buck. It should be, hey, babe, we doing this tonight. This is what we doing, and everybody's in agreement of what's going down. But they both see him as a little beta bitch.
All right. Anna Rodriguez says,
Yeah.
from a young conservative, women, educate me, men, help a woman out day, please. Help a woman out.
It's today's Help a Woman Out Day.
It is?
That's yeah. She's saying this stream is Help a Woman Out Day.
Huh.
We out here giving game.
Well, hey, like I said at the beginning of this, when I first came up, and this goes not just for men, but listen to ladies, listen to men, listen to based men when it comes to, dating and mating and all that. Listen to women if you want.
Yeah.
Man.
And it's not even,
the
it's
problem
not
out
even
here.
really,
So many. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
it's not, well, I was going to say, I want to change it. It's not even game. It's a belief. It's a belief system. It's a belief in yourself as a man that basically it's just you. You're responsible for making things happen. Like I heard something the other day. It said men have responsibilities, women have choices. Women have an option, like they have an option to hop in and out of that responsibility by hooking onto a man. The man has no other choice but responsibility. So men, handle your fucking business.
That.
Yeah, I think it's important for women to listen to men because there's so many women out here, probably 90% of them, I think, that have no idea what men want. They either have no idea or they just are not concerned with what men want.
Yeah, and if you listen to the female dating coaches that are talking red pill game, they're just repeating what they heard men say. They picked up a copy of The Rational Male and they read it, all 4 freaking daggone chapters, and they go regurgitate what they heard. Fuck all that shit, ladies. Go to the source. Because in the end, a woman's nature is going to be just that. She is going to lie to you at some point, to benefit herself. Whereas a man, he's just going to tell you it is what it is. Like it or leave it.
Yeah, like brother Theo, he says in Ukraine he dated lives, he ate restaurants, but yet he never required a woman to give him a plate. Wow. That's something. That's all bringing something to the table. Woman got to reciprocate if you're doing the work. I mean that's a big deal. Reciprocation right there. Computer Robot says, I know some of married men's wives don't want the cheating partner to be part of their child's life because they have to deal with the other woman. You all take that on. Yeah.
So what? Like I said, so what? Yeah, hey girl, yeah, cool.
But those
hey,
same
I'm
women,
glad you feel that way.
bring a child into your life and you're supposed to accept them.
That goes back to rule number 54 in there that I talked about. A woman wants you to accept, they want the package deal.
And brothers, man, I was gonna say this. When it comes to that, brothers gotta live by the heat rule. Like, you know, I mean, I know a lot of cats don't know that. Basically, it's this: when the heat's on you, you got to be ready to pick up and leave in 30 seconds and never look back. I don't care how much feelings, how much love, whatever. You got to be able to walk out that door and never go back. No matter how much it hurts, how much it jabs you in your side, hits you down in the gut. No. So if that woman, all right, you know what I'm saying? You can't, blah, 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 and there's no freaking getting around it. All right, girl, I'm out. And that's it. Don't look back. Cut your losses.
And women respect that.
That's facts. Facts. But unfortunately, with this modern age, there's a lot of delusion taking place. A lot of delusion. And that delusion is basically a lot of deception. Because it all comes really, for a number of the modern women, it comes down to feelings. Okay, Anna says not all men want to help us. But they try to be the best, to be as conservative as they can be. Feminism is just making us run dry faster, if that makes sense.
I get it. And here's the deal, Anna. You know, Anna, you're a lovely little young, beautiful girl. You got to put yourself in the places to meet the kind of guy you're looking for. You got to be where he's at. Like if you in the rodeo type, you know, cowboy dudes that are all based, hey, put yourself at the rodeo. Go to where they hang out at. Go to the bars where they hang out at. You know, I mean, if you can't, you know, if you're looking for a certain type of dude, you know, you can't go to the circus. You go to the circus, you're going to find clowns.
Yep.
And Brian, and shout out to you, Brian Davis. Welcome to the channel. He's talking about a root of black men, and this is something that I've talked with Trey Free Zone. We talked about it last week. Brother Guy King. He's talking about a root of black men born between 1945 and 65. In 1965 and 1980. I know where he's going with that.
The
Baby
boomers and the Xers.
And Xers. That's us.
Mm-hmm.
That's us. But he has a point, because a lot of the simps come from those two generations. And maybe, let's say, the early the early millennials, like I'm going to say between 1981 and maybe 1986. They start to get smarter after that.
I would
Go ahead.
I would
brother.
agree with his comment partially, but and I know why he said it. I understand why he would say that, but no, nobody beat the American white male at simping, in my opinion. The American white male, he's number one in this nation, number one in the world, as far as I'm concerned. But I do understand why the brother just said that.
Bro, I would, you know, I would say this, man, but I done seen like, man, the brothers, man, you know,
I've seen it.
they running neck and neck, man.
I want to push back on it, but I've seen a lot of it from both sides. Like I think they simp in different ways, and it makes it look. It's a different type of simping on both sides.
Yeah.
But
and
to me, I want to say the
this.
black people simp more. Like the way that it looks like black people simp more. But if you look at the end result, I would say the white. Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Go ahead, Trey.
You know, I'll give the white boys the nod this, man. I'm telling you, man, it's like 100 to 100. You know what I'm saying? Third overtime in the NCAA finals. And I give it to the white boys just for one reason. Only one. Is by just sheer numbers, they're more based when it comes to fat chicks. You'll find more white dudes that are more based when they're like, hell no, I am not taking a fat chick. And I will give you the numbers. 86% of brothers that are in these LTRs, whether marriage will be it, are with black chicks. And 80% of black women are obese.
Yeah.
Do the math in your head. And 91% of black chicks are okay with this feminist shit. Whereas white boys, it's like 50-50. So that's the reason, only reason I'll give them the nod is on the fat chicks. Because, man, brothers are too nice, too lenient with these overweight freaking wildebeest out here.
Brother Nate says, ladies, Brother Nate says ladies have to stop trying to date men more attractive than them. Find a decent, hardworking man that isn't afraid of you. Marry him, and maintain the appropriate weight. Brother Trey, that goes back to what you said, and Celine said it.
Hypergamy not gonna stop though. They women that are more attractive, that's hypergamy. That's one of the hypergamous forms, the physical form.
Yeah, I like this. Hey, you gotta, like I said, you gotta be willing to let them go. All right, you gotta make your value. If your value is so high that she still wants to be out, cool. There's 3 billion more of them in this world. Find something younger, something wetter, and something finer. Oh, of course, thinner.
Yep. At the end of the day, there's a group of college bitches graduating in June.
And Brother Davis, I mean, no disrespect about boomers and Gen X, but yes, the early Gen Y, and it goes back to his comment about the simping. I mean, I know where he was coming from with that comment. I mean, being a Gen X, we've seen a lot.
Biggest simps are white men because white men gave women the right to vote. In the story.
That's true because they had all the power too.
Yeah, and that's past tense to me, man. I'm looking at the right now, which is why I tell y'all, for me, you know me, it's these fat chicks. I draw the line. Like I say, it's and man, part of the reason is I'm in Texas. I see it so much. It's just disgusting to see these number 10, number 18, number 16 couples running around out here. I guess that's why it just hits me this way.
I'm gonna say something. Do y'all know that pretty much all racism is based? It's a FOMO idea. FOMO sexual, fear of missing out sexual, and the white guys are afraid of missing out, so they set a system in place to keep black guys down so that we wouldn't take their women. All racism is based in their fear of missing out on sex.
I mean, I wouldn't say it so much because Mrs. MBD is looking over like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, I mean, it's in the community and blue areas, yes. For lefty dudes, yes. That's half the country. But
yeah, that is
for the other half of the country, they not give a fuck. They understand that. Look, your worth is where it's at. Versus, dudes that are, more effeminate. When dudes that are effeminate, yes, they're gonna, defer to that. But if you there is no stopping. If you're based and you're conservative out here and you're traditionals and you stand on it, you don't bend. Like nobody really nobody gives you any issue.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what percentage of men? Because I know you said 91% of women are basically, you said, believe in feminism, and is that what you said?
No, I'm talking about the sisters.
I think all women believe in feminism. At least 98% of them.
So
I was talking about
what
the sisters, bro, with the 91%ers.
Yeah, that's what he means. Sisters 91, but to Brother Guy King's point, it's quite a bit of in this system in America. Right. A number of them.
Yeah, it's almost every last one of them. They just might not say that they are.
Right. I wonder what the percentage of the inverse would be. The men that are beta and emasculated. I wonder what that percentage would be.
80-20.
At least 40%.
Okay.
If not much more, at least 40% of the men are feminists.
And Brother Brian Davis, he's utilizing the Gen X. Now he says Generation Alpha, which I guess that's the newer generation. They've come out as full-blown pimps as well. Generation Alpha.
Yeah, if you go on TikTok, man, they out here just pimping on TikTok, especially with the manosphere being the thing that it is now, they all getting savage.
Latin Patriot says, I've never appreciated men that are trying to win beauty contests just as long as he was clean and he was hardworking, balanced, and willing to keep learning and utilize self-improvement. Now, that's what we do on our channel here. We talk about self-improvement. We talk about the red pill.
Yeah, and one thing I will say to that, a woman doesn't need to know anything about your self-improvement. That is all you. She plays zero part in that. You're always increasing your value, regardless of what she says and regardless of what she's doing. No, she don't motivate you. You got to be your center point of focus. And if she starts to gain all that weight, you keep doing what you're doing. You give her that warning, and next thing you know, when you bouncing out with Consuela, hey, I tried to warn you.
Hey man, what y'all think about because she was talking about having a beauty contest with, I thought, what she say, win beauty contest? Was she talking about like a pretty boy?
Yeah, man. She's
Like
talking about these dudes that can't stay out the mirror, man. You know, the dudes carrying purses around and, you know, going to get their hair appointments, you know, metrosexual,
You're right.
getting their nails painted, all that stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
Prince was the only one that could pull that off.
And probably, what's that guy used to sing with the time? Morris Day. He could pull that off.
Yeah.
Oh,
that should not be the norm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, MC Light tried to tell them they want a roughneck.
Yeah, they do want a roughneck. She was trying to, and this was going all the way back to the 90s. Computer Robot says, I look at the white and black baby boomers and some Gen X men and how they were simping after baby boomer and Gen X women. They need to stop that. It is not good. Well,
yeah. It's funny because I grew up listening to, like, I remember my dad. I got an old soul with music, so I grew up listening to Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Teddy, classic Teddy.
Yeah, man, all of that stuff, and just it sounded good, but them words, yeah, the simping was real, man. The simping was intense.
Yeah, this was my first beef against Nate, man, when he did the music stream. Me and Nate's first argument. And I said straight up, that music right there led to this simping because, you know, my parents was wondering, like, I never got into that freaking daggone R&B, that Peebo Bryson, that Luther Vandross growing up. I couldn't do it. I was like, what the fuck is they talking about all this stuff? Man, give me some Two Live Crew. You know what I'm saying?
No Lenny Williams? No Ron Isley?
Bro, give me some Clarence Carter.
Clarence
Carter,
you know?
Yeah. He want that. What is that? You remember that song that was it OJ, the Orange Juice or something with the I saw you?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before.
Walking
I was
in
talking
the
about
rain.
it. Get out here with your scallywag looking self. You was like cornflakes without the milk.
Without the milk, boy.
You just a squirrel trying to get a nut.
I remember a disco song. He's from Trey's neck of the woods. He passed away. He drowned. Joe Tex, he had a song out, and I've heard it 2 times since I've been up there. Bump No More, No Big Fat Woman. I remember that song. Joe Tex and Johnny Tex. See, going back to, and I'm glad we're on the music because it's funny. When the 90s came, the brothers were still singing more of the love songs while the women started singing the hateful songs. And you had Adina Howard singing about freaks, the dog in me.
T-shirt and my panties on.
Yeah. So I did see, and they're Gen Xers. So I did see in the 90s with the Gen X and the baby boomers right there, the freaknik down at Virginia Beach going on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Greek Fest.
Well, yeah. I mean, really, all that's changed throughout the times is that it just became like when it first back in the days, it was more suggestive, subliminal. You know what I'm saying? Now it's just slide out, just straight with it. What that mouth do? Like, because Could you imagine Teddy Pendergrass
I was the
singing with that
biggest
mouth?
Boys to Men hater.
Yeah, man, that whole quit playing
Man, I
games with my
love
heart and all that stuff.
I mean, they, it just, the brothers kept on groups like Today, and you look at the type of dress too. In the early 90s, the brothers still dressed with the, nice suits on, but then you had the Wu-Tang Clan and some of the rappers that came out, and then the R&B, particularly in the 2000s, you had Chris Brown. They started singing, I call it hip hop R&B. It got a little more rugged and thuggish, and I remember when Usher came out, he was one of the ones who put earrings in his ear, because brothers didn't wear earrings in their ears except maybe Rick James, and he didn't even wear an earring in his ear. Prince, but those guys were pretty talented. Prince was. All right, moving on. I got Osama. See if he's coming up. Can you hear me, brother Osama?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Leon, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, what's going on, brothers? Yeah, man, I got my main phone, and for whatever reason on my main phone, I can't access StreamYard. And then my backup phone, I was having issues attaching my Bluetooth today, so it was just one of those things where I guess patience is a virtue, right?
Well, good. Welcome to the panel. We're still doing the rules, and I'll probably be adding some more. Now, these I did add. This goes into, in my humble opinion, I'm just going to say, I don't want to say looks, but appearance. And this is just me. I say if she has nose rings, tattoos all over her body, and a lot of earrings, whether it's in one or both ears, tongue rings, nipple rings, do not date her. She's trouble, because her behavior will be rebellious. And usually that is a sign of rebellion. Let's say all of you on the panel. I mean, I gave you my point of view.
Man, I'm going through that right now. My middle daughter, man, trying to convince her, get all that crap, because she daddy's girl, but she want to be all in that. She all in that. That's her crew. She run with those kind of folks, and I'm like fighting with her, because I'm like her appearance doesn't fit her personality, and she's struggling with that. I'm trying to convince her, but I will say this though, and like I said
you
before,
bored, bro.
Working, bro.
you're dealing with and older women. You can give. That's all I'm talking about. Getting a tattoo. I'll be back.
Yeah.
But all right, brothers, free zone. Why you got the mic? I mean, just my opinion. I am not a fan of a bunch of tattoos all over a person. Look, I don't mind art, but some of that art looks atrocious, and those piercings and bowl notes.
Yeah. I'm not into that shit, man. I've seen too many of those, like, especially like the white or black, like the gothic, just piercings everywhere. It's a no go for me.
Well, I didn't put it in there, but it might. I should have put it as when the colored hair. That's another turnoff. You get a number of individuals coloring their hair, and it, I've seen it particularly with the white women when they color their hair. Oh, you can see it come out, the gray come out from their roots when they get a little older, and that's tacky, and you can ruin your hair by dyeing it too.
Yeah, I'm more of I'm an all natural guy. I like the all natural.
Brother Osama, what do you have to add?
Hey, what's going on, brothers?
And brother,
okay, hey, now, brother Leon,
Yes.
First thing I gotta say, brother. Okay, when it comes to if she has, let me read this. We're on number 66, right?
It's 66, and maybe I didn't word it the way. There's some words I missed, like I was gonna put the colored hair in there. I added those like yesterday. I was up midnight.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, first off, I got to tell you, brother Leon, I'm 44 years old, and
Oh, you a
I've done
Gen
a
X
lot.
just like me.
So yeah. So I've done a lot of dating, and I've seen and working in customer service most of my life. I've seen firsthand the how women are in the Western world, especially in America, how the standards are decreasing year by year by year. So I got to kind of look at this list, brother Leon, with a grain of salt to a certain degree, and you got to know where to slot everything. Because I got to be honest, brother Leon, we can't have in this day and age, especially with just in the last 10 years, especially with the advent and the advancement of dating apps, social media, Instagram, in general, women's expectations have rose exponentially.
Oh,
Exponentially. So, inflate and the money hasn't changed. Inflation hasn't changed, but women's expectations haven't changed. So, what used to be maybe a 60-40 rule went from the 70-30 rule to an 80-20 rule. Now we're looking at an 85-15 and 90-10. It's a different game. So a lot of the time in America, and then especially brother Leon in the black community, I mean, we got to be honest. I live in you're familiar with PG County, of course.
Oh, I used to live in Maryland. I'm originally from Maryland. Absolutely.
And like I was telling brothers, you go outside of the Beltway in PG County, and you have 8 to 10 wealthiest black communities in America. So I'm at Wegmans a few days ago. Wegmans, it's not quite. It's like a huge grocery store. It's twice the size of. I'm pretty sure some of you are familiar with Wegmans.
I know what Wegmans is. When I was in Allentown, we had a Wegmans up there. It's expensive.
Okay, yeah, it's expensive, but they got a Wegmans in Woodmore, Maryland. Woodmore, Maryland is the wealthiest black community in America. You go to this Wegmans, they got a poppin', brother Leon. They got the R&B playing, and 95% of the people in that Wegmans are black, and it's an affluent neighborhood. So I'm walking around Wegmans, and this is just in theory of everything we've been talking about, and Wegmans was packed. It was probably, hundreds of people in there. And like I said, we're in the most affluent. I mean, there's a Wegmans over there. There's a few nice restaurants. I mean, this is a upper middle class plaza with nothing but black folks. And I'm going to tell you this, 90% of the sisters were overweight. I'm not no exaggeration. I'm not speaking in hyperbolic terms. It wasn't like this 15 years ago. It wasn't like this even 20 years ago. But in this day and age, that's just what it is. So we're dealing the caliber of women we're dealing with in 2021, especially in the community, is vastly different than it was a generation ago, even a half a generation ago. So we got to be able to slot things in their proper place, and especially as we get older. I mean, I think Leon, most of the brothers in your panel, and most of the brothers in the manosphere, I would say the majority of us. The vast majority of us are 35 and over.
True.
And when women get older, they tend to put on more weight. American women are the most entitled women on the face of the earth. So it's just the caliber of women that we're dealing with is not what it used to be. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, no homo, you're going to see pound for pound, you see a lot more brothers who are well dressed, fit, and taking care of themselves than the ADOS black women. We're the only culture in America where a lot of the time the men are in better shape and are better looking than the women are. So go ahead, Troy.
Go ahead, brother.
I was going to say is that, and that is why I have not been part of that culture for 22 years, and why the movement is just gaining steam. I mean, it's, I always used to equate it on my channel to, cats like myself. We over here on the Carpathia. We watching the Titanic go down, and we like, hey, bro, you might want to jump on that rescue boat. Like, because these chicks ain't getting no smaller. Y'all know me. Fat, number one. Fat, number one disqualifier. Number one. Run.
That's it.
the thing about
And let me say this too. As men, we understand that life's not about solutions, it's about choices and trade-offs. So even if this is your list, if you are willing to trade something off, like, you got to take what comes with that trade-off, and you have to accept it. So even if you don't find, like, some of these are just non-negotiable, but there's some of these where it's like, all right, if you like a girl with nose rings and tattoos, if you're that type of person and she's good everywhere else, then you have to ask yourself, if that is that, are you willing to sacrifice that? You know what I'm saying? And you'll run through a gamut of that. But I did want to ask you, have you how much traveling have you done?
are you talking to me, brother?
Yes, sir.
I've been out of the country once, and I've been around the United States extensively. I'm planning on going somewhere this winter. I'm not sure because I got a landscape business, and my season is winding down now. So just do that. I'm planning on going somewhere this winter. I don't know if it's going to be Brazil. I don't know if it's going to be to the continent. Depending on what's going on with the COVID and travel restrictions, I actually want to go out of the country at least for 1 month. And then also living in the DC area, we have a huge international community, so you kind of get a second-hand version of international. I mean, you're not getting them in their native state, but you do see a vast difference. But I mean, to be
Mhm.
honest, have I extensively traveled overseas? No, I have not.
Yeah. And see, I tell younger people, like I tell my younger brothers, because they're out here trying to get girlfriends and stuff. Like, yo, focus on your purpose, get your bread up, travel, and then figure out what you want. Because if you've only had one slice of cake, if you've only had red velvet your entire life, then you don't know what key lime pie tastes like. You don't know what apple pie tastes like. You know what I'm saying? So you really can't find the ideal woman. For guys, it's completely the inverse. Men can't find a good woman, especially nowadays, until they've had a plethora of women, because they have to know what's good and what's not. And so that's what men got to do. Men got to stop trying to fucking marry their high school sweetheart and go out there and fucking slay.
Yeah, and when honestly, language and culture, um, learning other languages and cultures, and really gives you a true appreciation for truly feminine, submissive women, and that women that are willing to go that extra mile for their man. And honestly, man, and it's one thing you got to be careful of. Like, for a cat like I said, I'm a cat like me. I'm Team Maria all day long. I got to be careful because I be getting lulled to sleep. I be getting lulled right into the daggone beta male happiness and all fat, dumb, and happy, because you ain't used to it. You ain't see this shit
Yep.
growing up. And then when you with it, you're like, oh man, this is so cool. Oh man. And then she start getting comfortable on you. And then you snap out of it. Oh man, give me that baby powder. Get this pimp hand strong again.
I got next to the building my man Cool Kamasi.
What's going on, brother? Cool?
Hey, Osama, 411 Trey, GK Sigma, Free Zone Lou. What's up with everybody, man?
Hey, all right. Welcome
What's
to the
going
panel.
on?
I'm chilling, man. Just got back from the work grind. Hey, I want to add leggings. Leggings came out, mainstream wise around 2008, 2009, right when Obama was running for office. And ever since then, you started seeing the weight gain, because all the brothers are looking at is the AWS. That's all they see. So they don't care if she's like 250, 350, in some cases 450. They look good in
Good
them leggings
God.
in their eyes. That's all that matters. Then you got the makeup game, which has been out for like, I want to say 5 years or so, about 4 or 5 years, where now they're putting makeup on their chest
What?
to lighten you up. Yeah,
I never heard of that.
They try
yeah,
to hide
man.
that titty tattoo.
That's
To
it.
look lighter, because like, coming from like New York City, Africans as well, man, like you're seeing the weight gain, man, tremendously. You know, I don't know about the southern states because you know a lot of them probably live in suburban areas, but in New York, they're in the hood and they're gaining weight right with the Caribbean chicks, the Dominicans, the Ados, whatever you want to call it. They're all gaining weight and they're all wearing leggings. Like
Yeah.
I went to what was it? Petersburg, Virginia, around like
Oh
2012
shit.
Yeah, I've
in
been
the
there
mall.
myself. Home of
In the
Virginia
mall, right?
State.
And all you see is leggings. No
Colonial Heights
sundresses.
Mall.
Yep. Yep. That mall gave me something else. But you know what's between that and PG Mall? PG Mall is another one. And then we got Co-op City in the Bronx. And like they all of them wearing leggings every day. They'll have lint on them. No hygiene. You know, some of these chicks really don't have hygienic standards. So they coming in with the pink sweatpants. I don't know what company it has, but PINK, the pink. They're wearing them with open toe sandals with fur on them. It's looking bad. And to me, the style is as long the bummiest chick gets the most attention with this bonnet, with the leggings, with the slippers. You know, they just coming outside, whatever. They don't care about their parents no more. I've seen this for like about 13 years. I remember when it first dropped. You started seeing the little thicker chicks wearing them, but now you're seeing the big ones wearing them now.
Well, Lemon Pepper Wing says dudes need to go to church to get women.
Man, get out of here, Lemon Pepper. He trolling. He trolling. Lemon Pepper trolling.
Sorry. They're wearing leggings in church too.
Yeah, are they wearing the same dress they had on in the club the night before?
They're not even wearing dresses. They're wearing leggings with the leather jacket.
Hoping Pastor seeing.
I would know.
I hope sitting on the front row hoping Pastor seeing.
Now, let me ask you something. What do you all call leggings? I call them. Are you talking about those tight yoga pants?
The
TikTok
like pants.
Leotard.
Yes, sir.
The Busted Challenge pants.
Oh, yeah. I remember I didn't see those until about 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
They here, man.
Hey, ladies, once you lock your man down, yeah, you know, when he come home from that hard day of work, yeah, you want him to slap that ass, yeah, have him on. But if you getting ran through, hey, we're going to look at you sideways.
And that, here's one that nobody talks about. A number of ladies have pets. So I say this, if she allows her pets to sleep in the bed with her, she's trouble because those pets can get jealous just like a child. It might be like,
hey, you know what, man?
Go ahead, bro.
I got a story. I had this, this is about 5 years ago. I had this little, snow bunny I was kicking it with, average looking snow bunny I met up on street. And, she was cool and everything, cool peoples, nothing to write home about. I'm not going to sit here and cap, but, then we're kicking it and, we go out a couple times and, one night I spend the night at her crib and I wake up and the dog's in the bed with us. And I'm talking about literally, she lived in an apartment, my brother, out there in Arlington, Virginia with a roommate. And I'm like, what the hell is this? You got this dog sleeping in the bed. I couldn't even fathom it.
Hey, Osama, Nova's like the spot now. It used to be like PG County and DC, but now like Nova's the spot.
Oh, for real?
Nova. Yep, all of them.
No, I hear you, man. You know what, man? I was up there in Gaithersburg a few weeks ago out in what is that area? I was somewhere in Gaithersburg, and there's a lot of cute. I'm gonna tell you, man, pound for pound, the sisters out in Montgomery County look a lot better than the sisters in PG on a pound for pound. There's a lot of
cute. Say that like 10 years ago.
Yeah, man.
Montgomery County, some was a little bit more fluent. PG County
actually, you got more. There's more black people with money in PG County. Because a lot of black people in Montgomery County live in apartments. But I'm just saying, the sisters in Montgomery County, they're a little bit more feminine, a little bit. I think it's grown up in a more racially diverse environment. Your mentality is going to be a little bit more open-minded per se.
There's some parts, I used to live in Wheaton.
Okay.
Wheaton,
Okay.
We more turn hood now.
Yeah. But so anyway, so you know, and then so Shorty starts crying, talking about, I can't believe you were so mean, and I don't even want to deal with you anymore. And you know, how you gonna treat a dog like that? I mean, it was just wild, man. But some of these, I'm gonna tell you, man, some of these girls, especially, and I'm gonna tell you, white folks really love their pets. It's just they have this undying love for their dogs and their cats. But I mean, Shorty literally started crying about telling, like, saying, yo, you need to get this dog the hell up out of the bed. It was it just happened, you're talking about the dogs. It just had me thinking about that day. Yeah, actually, this is like 5-6 years ago. And randomly, she was a nurse. I actually saw her. I had to go to I had an aunt who came here to go get some medical care in America. And I go to the hospital and I see her up in there, This was like about a year ago. Nice girl, but just like I said, man, she was really about her dog. So I agree with you on that, brother Leon. Some of these women, man, they love their animals more than they love anything else. But I think a lot of it too is, you see a lot in the DC area. You see a lot of these women, whether they're, especially not as much sisters, but you see a lot of these girls with pets because they don't have a man, and they're looking for something to love, something to hold on to. They're looking for some kind of affection, and you can't really replace that. They're looking for something to replace that. What they would prefer to have, that human touch from a man. I guess you're looking for the next thing.
And that's why some of them have
get
their
to the
grown
chopper,
children.
bro. Get to the chopper, bro. Get to the chopper.
Gotta dip out.
Get that
Gotta dip out.
That Purina.
Well, that's true of some, and that's why a number of them had their grown children living at home too. So they can be the sister daughter. I mean, I did a video on Smothered, and you go back and check that one out. The mother and daughter were like, the mother was getting her thighs rubbed by the daughter with some lotion on it, and this was, yeah, you go. Mother, and then the mother and daughter were in the shower together. Yeah.
Yeah, there's mothers and daughters that got OnlyFans together. That's happening in the world today.
Yeah, I saw my man something to what's the cat who's he has a real big MGTOW channel. I mean, he's got like 500,000. What's my man's name? Think Before You Sleep. He had a video on a mother and a daughter, and it was sad. It was like a mixed chick out of the UK and her mom, and they were on OnlyFans together. And you could just tell the daughter was absolutely mesmerized, and she was just floored by the way her mom was treating her. It was straight up child abuse, to be honest with you.
Hey, Osama.
What's going on?
Yeah, two chicks. It was last year. Somebody did a video. I think it was Tommy of Fantastic. The mother and daughter did a porno together. They were
on OnlyFans.
Nah, I think this is before OnlyFans.
It was like on X videos or something, brother.
Nah, they had an interview and was on I think it was World Star Hip Hop on YouTube, and it gained traction. And they said, yeah, we do threesomes, we sleep together, all of that, no problem.
Yeah, man, this social media, man, it has people just doing crazy things, and it's anybody will do. Some of these people, man, they're just they have this unquenchable thirst for attention that they'll just do anything, and it's I don't believe in Satan or anything like that, but I guess you could say it's borderline satanic.
Yeah,
wow,
20 years ago, we had Stifler's mom. Now that's like cosplay.
Hey, I don't even argue, man. That's why I say, man, don't even sweat these chicks, man. They're gonna do it because here's the deal, fellas. I mean, my old military freaking grimy self. Hey, shit, I get a mom and daughter. Okay, I'm gonna smash and be out. I'm not gonna sit up here, 15 years later. I'm not gonna sit up here 15 years later and play, the fake moral game, knowing that 15 years ago I would have beat them both up and been sitting there laughing about it in the barracks, or in freaking Afghanistan with my buddies and shit, telling stories on the fob.
Absolutely, man.
That's it.
Well, that brings us to number 68. A couple of other ones might be a little redundant. I go back and change them. later. 68, we dealt with the social media, but I dealt with Facebook and Instagram. This time I dealt with OnlyFans and TikTok because on those two social media outfits, there's a lot of soft porn taking place. And if you date a woman, there are going to be a number of guys going to her page, and you know what they're going to be doing? They're going to be paying her to do some type of sexual act on those two platforms. So that's why I didn't include TikTok and OnlyFans with Facebook and Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. I'm willing to bet that there's a big difference 411 between what you picture as soft porn in your head and what is actually considered soft porn now. It ain't too soft.
Well, I've never been on TikTok or OnlyFans, but I've just heard about it. I just put soft porn, but where I was going with it is, you don't want to meet somebody who's actually utilizing that platform for money. You don't want that chick to be your woman because you know how many guys are going to be on her page. You know how many guys. There going to be a lot of guys on her page, and again, they want attention. Shout out to my boy Hood Servative. Salute, my brother. The panel is open. And
conservatives in the building. Oh, that's what's up, man.
Well, I got to give a shout out to he put some good information out about he and brother Trey, and I'm going to try to support their channels a little more. I know they do theirs at night, but I love their channels. I mean, these are you talk about the hard hitting content. These guys deliver it like the mail. So,
hey, Leon, you mind if I ask a question just a little aside from what you're talking about? And I just want to get some brothers' opinion. I'm not trying to.
Sure, go ahead, bro. Sure, go ahead.
So, did you brothers check out the latest BGS black, quote unquote, black manosphere recognized channels? Any of you brothers check that out on his community tab?
I never. I don't deal with that freaking. No.
So,
I don't follow BGS. I mean, I hear Edward Anderson talking about it. I haven't even heard him in a while. I like Edward Anderson. He's okay. He deals with BGS, but I haven't.
Okay. No, reason I'm saying that, you know me, man. I'm not a political guy. I just tend to have the me fi me beliefs. But I'm looking at it, and there was just so many brothers' names missing from there. A little bit. Nate was missing. Trey was missing. Conservative was missing. Leon was missing. G Dizzle, and then there was even some cats. Some other names. Reg the bad guy. And what it came down to now, for instance, I like a lot of what I think BGS is a brilliant guy. I like a lot of what he says, but I think one of the issues, man, we have with a lot of the quote unquote bigger names in the black manosphere is just that ego. Where that ego tells you that, well, I'm going to put this list out, and if I don't agree with and this list is going to be just impactful on what I think is going to be on this list, instead of having a holistic view where, okay, let's come to cumulative effort as black men as a whole. Who cares what your political beliefs are, who cares what your personal beliefs are? Let's look at this from a non-biased perspective and come up with this list. And I just thought about that, and that's why I was asking you brothers if you saw that, and if you guys had any thoughts on that. And like I said, I'm not saying this. I don't have anything. For instance, I like a lot of what BGS says. I think he's a brilliant guy, but it just kind of stuck me a certain way to the fact that. So on the tab, I put in about 20 different channels that were missing from this. So I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts were, brothers.
Well, with BGS, I consider BGS, and this is just my humble opinion. He's definitely a baby boomer. He's he's really pro-black. I mean, he doesn't think like me or Hood Servative or Trey or Nate. He doesn't think like we do. Believe it or not, I believe he's on the left of the in the political spectrum. I do believe that.
Right.
He is. I've heard his
Yeah.
information. I mean, I don't have anything
I used to
against him.
beef with these guys.
He's been around a while. I remember. I mean, he has. Black Gnostic Speaks was that's what BGS stands for. He's an intelligent guy, and
He definitely is an intelligent guy. There's no question about it.
I mean,
Yeah.
His politics just differs from mine and the rest. What I am, and I don't even like to call myself a Republican because I don't, although I vote. I just say a thinking man, a liberal like minded. I don't believe in this democratic way of thinking. I'm with Trey and Brotherhood Servative and Nate on this stuff. And political wise, yeah, I just saw that they were running neck and neck with the governors in Jersey, and the Democrat Murphy barely pulled it out. Just saw it. They just called it for him. And then I'm happy the Democrats
because
go ahead, Brother Trey.
And I'll say this, man, and when I see these brothers that rock so hard for the left, but at the same time preaching conservative values for the community, like, man, we the Hood Servative calls it this. You want to call them conscious conservatives. It's communism wrapped up with a bow tie.
Yeah, anything conscious, Brother Trey, you're right. That's all socialism. It's government. I look at it, big government. That's why I don't use the word conscious. They're not free thinkers, but you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
And using conservative ideology with identity politics, man. I think a couple guys that killed a whole lot of million people tried that in the 20th century.
Absolutely. And absolutely. Well, we're at the
one of the reasons I'm just going to end. One of the reasons I was just saying that was, unfortunately, part of me feels like there's going to at one of these it's going to come at a point in time where there's going to be a divide. I want to see a unified front in the Black manosphere, but we just have so many different ideologies in this sphere that I feel like there at one point or another is going to be some kind of a divide, and it's not a bad thing. It's just there's some brothers who have this ideology, some brothers who have this ideology. We just have, and as the Black manosphere, because the manosphere in general, the Black manosphere, the mainstream manosphere, the Red Pill movement, this whole ideology, this whole thought process, it's growing like crazy, and I think it's getting to the point where there's just so many. There's such a diversification of ideologies. There's going to be more of a split here in the very near future because we're just kind of seeing. We're seeing that the differential of opinions is vast. Does that make sense? And there's just going to be more of a delineation and a distinction due to the thought process that some of us brothers think in the very near future. And to think that we can all kind of come on the same accord, I just don't know how realistic this is. And when I saw that, that's just kind of the thought that went through my mind.
Yeah, my opinion is that will never happen because I like being over here in this sector because even though I'm a Gen Xer and Trey is a Gen Xer,
I'm a Gen Xer too.
Brother Kamasi's a Gen Xer, you're a Gen Xer. It's the thinking. We don't think like the the older brothers do, and that's the problem. And people like Hood Conservative, and and we got to keep supporting. I will support Trey's channel, Hood Conservative's channel. I mean, they make a lot of good sense out here. You make a lot of good sense of Mr. O. These are the brothers that they understand what's going on, and they're free thinkers, and they don't want to be on that plantation. So I'm at the 4-hour mark, guys, and I want to wrap this on up. It's 10:27 here in the state of Indiana. I want to get everybody's take on tonight's stream, and I'm gonna start off with Brother Kamasi. Give me your take on tonight's stream.
Well, I caught it late, but great conversation you guys are bringing. Thank you for bringing me on 411.
No problem. You're welcome. Look, and by the way, before you go, I'm thinking about moving it probably to Friday, so we don't have to get up and go to work the next morning. So I'm thinking about doing that, just to let you all know. Checking my community tab on the 411 Talk Zone radio show, just to let you know. My fault there. I had to get that in, brother.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine, man. Guys made great points. As for Osama, you mentioned a distinction. I think BGS already made that with his name, it being Ibmore. So he already made that distinction from the start. And I think what's going to unify the manosphere is if, like, they start seeing people are getting successful off of this, kind of like Kevin Samuels is, because that's the one person who can unify it. Because when he was getting attacked, that's when you started to see the unification from all the YouTubers. They were going at Angry Man at one point for Kevin Samuels. So as long as they're seeing that success, they'll be together on that. And I'll leave it at that, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, brother. And you have a good day. And come on up to the next panel. I usually start my I don't do 2-hour monologues. I go right into it after 15 minutes, so we can all get involved. And I know they're long, but I'm here to give you information, points of view that all make sense without the emotion. And thank you for coming up there, Brother Kamasi.
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It was on. Peace out, man. Luke, peace.
Hey, good talking to you, Brother Kamasi.
Every time, man. Take it easy.
brother.
All right.
Always a pleasure.
All right, Brother Sama.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Leon, first
Yes,
off,
sir.
as always, brother, man, I'm just ecstatic that you're doing live streams. You've been consistent. You've been doing it every Wednesday. So I want to give you applaud you and give you the biggest shout out for actually, you said you're going to do something and you did it within the quickness. So salute you for basically staying on pace and doing these live streams. I really see this going a lot further. And one thing I could say, Leon, I don't ever like to tell people how to run their channel advice, but you ever thought about just going on more platforms and kind of talking about what you got going on here? Because I think there's a lot of people that don't really know what we have going on here, man. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Brother Leon?
It just depends on the people. See, with a number of men here, Brother Osama, what Trey talks about, conservative, and I talk about some of that stuff. I believe it. In my humble opinion, I find that there are a number of men who are very, very emotional, and all this information that I've written up, still got a few more to go. I didn't get to all of them tonight, and that's okay. Next week, I believe that they'll get their feelings hurt with some of what's going on because they're really in that predicament that I'm explaining in these standards that I'm setting for men. Now, it's not going to apply to every man. It just depends specifically on what they're looking for. But you just have a number of men in this section who are so grossly they love beef. I don't like beefing. Okay,
absolutely right about that, brother. Absolutely right about that,
and
Lee.
and that's a problem that I see around here, and I can't be involved in that. Um, it just we're grown men, and we need to be able to learn how to listen to one another.
No, that's a great point, Leon. And so I think almost what you're saying to a certain degree was I'd rather just build slowly and build. Are you saying to a certain degree that I'd rather build my platform slowly and build with the right people for and have a slow growth process instead of trying to grow a little faster and have a lot of more of a diverse type of brother in my space, but they might not be the brother who actually kind of identifies with the core that we're talking about over here. Is that kind of what you're saying in a nutshell to a certain degree?
Right. Like, okay, there's some individuals that, okay, I know they didn't listen to everything. I mean, I don't have a problem with brothers like Trailer Hood coming over, some of the white brothers coming over here. I have a diverse platform with you guys and girls over here. You start reaching the other sectors of the so-called manosphere, they just don't have the stomach to to listen to what we're talking about. And I don't want to be called somebody's coon, 50 something years old. And I like Reg, and shout out to Reg. Sometimes Reg has too much beef, and for me, he wasn't always like that.
I know. That's a Leon, that's a great point, brother. And I wasn't trying to, when I brought up the thing with the community list on Brother BGS, I wasn't saying that to derail what we're talking about today. It was just something I was thinking about, and you're always very good at distilling. I might have a thought, and then I'll bring up the thought, and you're very good at being able to distill it and break it down in a very rational manner that is very digestible and understandable for everybody to understand. I think that's one of your the talents that you have better than almost anybody in this space.
And see what I want to do. Everything that you have seen me do, everything on these pages, I actually wrote myself. Okay, I wrote myself.
Absolutely, brother.
Okay, I'm not going and getting anything from other videos. I mean, I read articles. I'm end up, next thing you're going to see from me, and it's coming, I'm going to end up putting PowerPoints up here, because this is how I want to do my channel. I want my channel to be, I came up with 411 because 411 means information.
Gotcha.
And that's what I want. I mean, I want to talk about the issues from a logical standpoint. I want brothers here who don't live in emotion, because that'll destroy everything. You can come be you on my channel, and then I got a good chat. I trust people to chat. That's why people like you are wrenched up. Good brothers, and you want good people. Nate's good people, and I really disappointed that he got shut down for 2 weeks. Wow, he did, for saying something. And see, that's another thing. You got to be careful with who you have on your channels too, because if you say something that somebody doesn't like, they'll get your channel flagged.
True indeed. No, absolutely, Leon.
All that hard work you put into, all that hard work. This is not easy work, especially when I got a full-time job.
Nah, yeah, man, Leon. I mean, salute to you, brother, putting in a lot of work, and you're doing. I mean, the scale of work you're doing, you can just see the detail. I mean, look at this list. Look at the way everything is illustrated. Look at the vivid illustration right in front of you, and it's literally on pit. It's literally right in front of you. This wasn't just something you did off the top of your head. You can see there was a lot of thought that went into that, and I definitely appreciate the thoughtfulness and the attention to detail that you put in your channel. So
there's some more I gotta do. It's not perfect. I fixed the grammar. I should have had Tommy Jean read it. She's a lot better at writing than I am, because she told me Jean is the one and love her to death. She actually, you know, and she's a sister, older sister. That
Okay, okay. That's your wifey, right?
yeah. She's
Okay,
here.
that's a beautiful thing, man. Salute
And
to Tommy.
she's an African American. She's an African American woman, and doesn't think like the other ones. And country girl, and she was the one. It wasn't, you know. She asked me, you know, and I'm thinking about, and I do take the suggestions. Might end up putting it in the book form and have her read it, because I'm a technical writer. Okay, I don't you know, when it comes to putting something on paper, I'll write it and type it out and source it out. But when it comes to laying it out, you know, I got, you know, there's some things I got to work on, and even with these stream yards here, I have it where I get 6 people up on the panel, because that I can control that out. You know, I want to be able to have individuals in and out, and the way you control your channel, you have an audience. You got to see how they control you, and you got to get involved with your audience too. You know, like somebody says something, put the comment up, read it. I don't see a lot of people doing it, but people with big channels can't do that. See, I have a small channel and I can do that. And it's better to learn the craft. You'll grow a lot. You'll grow a lot faster if you learn it correctly. That's the object. You know, you can have the biggest channel and you can have all the money in the world, but in the end, number of big channels, they lose sight of what they started off with. I don't want to do that.
God.
So,
Hey, but no, hey, Leon, man, you're off to a great start, brother. Give yourself some credit. This with StreamYard and the learning curve. One of the things is just getting out there and just doing it, and that's what you're doing right now. And if there's any, I can continue to support your channel and your platform. Just let me know anything you need, man. I'm there, brother. And I really appreciate you having me on tonight. I don't want to keep on going on. I want to let the brother Freelone. Brother,
appreciate it. Be back next week.
Hey, man. Appreciate you being on, man. Take it easy, brother.
Hey, Free Zone, man. It's a pleasure to see you. And Leon, a pleasure as always. And to everybody in the chat, always a pleasure. So thanks again. And everybody have a wonderful night.
All right, bro. Salute to you. Brother Free Zone.
My man. Hey, I'm gonna tag on to what y'all were just saying, man. What you just laid out is the roadmap of what every man should do. Find something that's worth you getting into. If you have a job, do it on your off time. Like, find something that you're passionate about. Find something that makes money. Find something that you are willing to throw all yourself into. Become an expert in that field. Don't worry about women. Get this money, man. When you do that, the women will flock to you. You don't need to be worrying about women. If you're broke, you don't need to be looking at another woman. Now, if something comes, then hey, do what you got to do. But you need to be focused on yourself, your passion, what you want your life to be. You need to look at your life when you're 90 and be like, okay, or 60 and be like, okay, when I'm 60, what do I want my life to look like? And then reverse engineer from there. Ladies, shout out to y'all in the chat. If you got to do the same thing. You got to think about the type of man you want and reverse engineer from there. So if you know that you want a man that's like this, that means that you have to know what that man wants. And you have to be willing to give that man what he wants when it's time. And that comes with the preparation before. You don't just get thrown in the Super Bowl. That comes from years of practicing, honing in on your craft, your wifely duties, your femininity, men, your masculinity. All of these things have to be purposely pursued. It's just their skill sets. You know what I'm saying? Like a wife is not just. It's not just a title. It's a job. It's a list of qualifications. It's you know what your resume look like. If you want the job, that resume got to be nice.
Absolutely.
And so, you know what I'm saying? So And that's what's got to be focused on, man. Men, focus on your purpose. Women, focus on your femininity, and everything will work itself out. But 411, man, I appreciate you having me. This was a great stream, and I gotta agree with the caller before. You are fucking doing this, bro. You're
Hey, I
doing your damn thing.
appreciate your support, and look out for the next one. And that's why I only do one video a week. I got two channels, brother Freeze, on this channel and have a channel called the Mind of STEM channel. So I'm working on two channels. So yeah, so
Let me know, man. I got you. I got you.
Oh, I definitely appreciate it, and you're also a help to this channel as well. And I thank you for coming up here on my panels, and we're going to keep on making it happen here.
That's a fact, brother. All right, take it easy, brother.
All right, peace, my brothers. I drop you down, and again, I want to thank everyone in the chat for coming to my channel. Like I said, I'm still pretty new at doing these live streams, but they'll get better. And again, it's about getting like-minded people. And for the men and the women out there, I designed a list so individuals could have standards. I mean, many of us men don't have standards, particularly black men. And when we don't have standards, we become the garbage men. And in the long run, being a garbage man is a lowly place to be. That means you are a landfill and you're taking everybody else's scraps. So, what I'm here to do is to give you information. When I come on the panel, we can all discuss it. And I don't care if you agree or disagree, it's about learning. And on my channel, I like mature folks. So, again, I thank everybody for coming on to this panel. It takes a lot of work to do these videos, but the information must be delivered. Hard work is good work if you're productive. And I still have some more rules to do. I call them my standards. But in the long run, having conversation is good. But as black men, we have to learn how to disagree. We have to learn how to agree. We have to have standards. Ladies, you have to have standards as well. Now, individuals are going to date. I'm back on dating. And there's nothing wrong with having religion. Like Lemon Pepper said, find somebody at church. You can find a good person anywhere, but you have to have standards. If you don't have standards, you will fall for anything. And falling for anything is going to make you very, very gullible. And shout out to Catalina for stopping by. Anybody who has come late, come a little earlier on the next stream. And all the information that I produce comes from my brain, my research. So, in the end, once again, I thank you all for participating on the panel here on the 411 Talk Zone radio show. Again, the information came from a list that I developed as a measurement of standards for having a decent relationship, because healthy relationships are important. And if you think they're not, you're lying to yourself. So at the end of the day, do you want stress or do you want calmness? You be the choice. You have the choice. You make that choice. Again, you want to be stressed or do you want peace? You only live once. You remember that. So make the best use of your life. And that's my commentary for this edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. If you like what I just presented, please comment, share, and subscribe. And also, if you are looking for some different types of subjects, check out my other channel called The Mind of STEM. On that channel, get a daily dose of science, technology, engineering, and math. And I talk about subjects like complex numbers, engineering, cybersecurity, entomology. And I also have a blog talk radio show. I'll try to get that back up as well. 215-383-5785 is the number. Now, if you cannot find me on YouTube or Blog Talk Radio, you can find the 401 Talk Zone radio show on Twitter, MeWe, and Parler. And you can find the Mind of STEM channel on Twitter and LinkedIn. And at the end of the day, I'm going to leave you with this. Be blessed for what you have. Don't worry about what you don't have. Always know that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And for you objectors out there, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if the shoe fits, wear it. If you don't like the shoe, change it. And once again, thank you for listening to this edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. Till next time, my name is Leon Jones. I want you all to have a wonderful and gracious night. God bless you. I'm out.